Lord is my shepherd, and we shall not want. The May 6th meeting of the Public Service, Arts, and Youth Initiative Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Deja, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren. And Chair Cooperson.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza.
Item number 1 is a presentation by Dr. Joshi, Dean of the University of Memphis School of Public Health. Can you come forward, please?
Chairwoman, if I may.
Of course you may.
Thank you so much.
You're
Kelly,
so welcome.
I am so excited and delighted to have Dr. Josie here with us today, as well as Steve Schuler. I appreciate you introducing me to the School of Public Health, and we have a jewel and a gem in Memphis, and just want everyone to know what's going on at the University of Memphis with the new School of Public Health, globally known. And so I'm excited to hear the presentation and to hear more about what's going on. Thank you all for coming this morning.
Thank you all. Could you please give your name and address? And I would be remiss if I did not mention, it is so good to see you, Steve. It's good to see you. Yes.
You're correct. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I just want to thank you all for giving this opportunity to share my passion. I'm not here to provide any update. I'm here to discuss what's really coming from here. And I'm just being humbled to be here with you all. Just to give you a quick context of who I am as first of all. A lot of people describe themselves with their academic credentials. I'll describe myself as a person who lives life with a purpose, who has a passion to make a change and a difference, and whose principle says that giving is a blessing. I'm not here to say whether I'm a clinician, I'm a public health professional, but describe me who I am as a person first. My career motivation got from my father, who used to work for US government. He expired when I was in a medical school. And the first thing came to my mind was, I'm not going to let anybody die. As a clinician, reality checks in, and I said, how do I make a difference to the larger population rather than to just the individual care? So that is the motivation for me to come into the field of public health. I'm a clinician by training. I'm a public health committed, dedicated professional. I like to use the word glocal, which is that everything which is local is global and what is global is local. And what is very important is that we talk about all the problems, but not about solutions, and I'm for solutions. I moved 2.5 years ago from New York City. I've been in the US for 23 years. I came as an international student, lived on loans, sometimes $9 a week for food. And I realized that actually I was living life with an experience of needing public health help. So public health is not about just a disease manifestation, it's about an ecosystem. And it's about an ecosystem that talks about that as much as food is essential on the table, only then you can take care of your health. Otherwise, you can't take care of your health if you don't even have a job. So we have to look public health from a broader lens, not just from the lens of disease. That's how I see public health. Was very fortunate and privileged to be part of the City University of New York School of Public Health. For 8 years I was in New York. There was no public school of public health in the city of New York. And had the privilege to contribute to its building and got the Legacy Award in Public Health. Served about 100,000 people with issues related to food, housing, eviction during COVID-19, even though I was in an academic setting. So I don't view myself as a traditional administrator. So 2.5 years ago, came to Memphis. The first question asked was me, why did you come to Memphis from New York? And I said, I did not choose Memphis. God asked me to be here. So it's a calling to me. It's a mission and it's a commitment. And I'm here to share a little bit of the insight of what has been accomplished over the last 2.5 years. And that could not have been established without the support of all our partners, all stakeholders. And stakeholders means every person who is also on the street is a stakeholder. They have a right to health. They have the ability to know that the School of Public Health at the University of Memphis is an open door policy, which means we welcome all. I want to share some of the key highlights because I don't want to take too much of your time and will be happy to answer questions. I'm so privileged to share with you that we are the first school of public health, not just in the US, but globally, that has established public health dual enrollment in high schools. If we want to improve health and well-being of our students, we need to invest in their education and in the public health early, not when they come to the college. That's one. I'm also proud to share with you that we are the first city globally that is establishing public health clubs in the high schools. First city globally. We have clubs establishing Cordova, Southwind, Kingsborough, Central High, Medical District. And not only that, we are also the first school of public health that has organized hackathon among high school students to solve public health challenges from their lens. And yesterday, it was started 2.5 years ago. Yesterday, we had our first third year. We had only one school participating when I came 2 years ago. Yesterday, we had 16 teams, 89 students, 4 continents participating. That means our students need to get connected to the world to see opportunities. So I think the way I see School of Public Health is an opportunity platform, a platform for students to grow, to see that the sky is the limit, and they have brilliant ideas about that. Over the last 2.5 years, I came, our school has grown about 400% in its significant research funding. And it's been just a pleasure to work with the Shelby County Health Department with Dr. Michelle Taylor. She's been a phenomenal supporter. And not only that, we're working with Fire Department, Memphis Shelby County School System. So education is a very important pillar for good health and well-being. I keep on saying not just health, but health and well-being. Because of the work that we have done in the community, we were one of the only recipients that was given the Harrison C. Spencer Award, highest in the nation for a school of public health. That award has been given only to 7 schools of public health in the United States before. The schools that have received are Drexel, Johns Hopkins, and we are fortunate to share that we are one of the schools of public health that is now in that component. I just want to thank Steve and people like him who have truly believed and thought that this is a vision that needs to be taken. If I may last say by conclusion, and then I'd like to have some questions from you all, is when I came here, I told my wife and my 2 kids, they both go to the university schools here, that we want to make a school of public health that people see and remember every single day. It's a social economic change, health change. At the school, we've created about 43 jobs over the last 2.5 years from all external funded resources. So I just want to thank you all for giving me just this opportunity to share my passion, my commitment, and I'm here to answer any questions in any way. Thank you all.
Are there any council members in the queue? Oh, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And as you see, this is an amazing opportunity for us. One thing, can you explain the difference between public health and healthcare?
So, healthcare is very much hospital-centric. It's individual. So we are expecting people to come to the hospital. That's not what we need. Yes, of course, those who need care, they need to go to the hospital, but we need to prevent them from going to the hospital. So public health is to focus on prevention, health promotion, and not to get them sick. And I always say it's a very strong component of economic growth. It's a very strong component of productivity. It is a very strong component of equity and making sure that every student has a right to contribute to its thinking lens. So I think sometimes we undermine our students, but I think they have the solutions to all the problems if we make them included in the decision making on how we are making that choices.
Absolutely. I really appreciate the thought and the movement of public health clubs in our schools, because not only is it bringing the health to the community and engaging the community in health, it's an opportunity, the way you all are using it, it helps children or youth to understand the dangers of unhealthy living, offer them guidance about their various careers, and there are a number of careers that come out of public health as well. And you mentioned, Memphis is always the top of the list for all of the unhealthy things, but getting in there early and starting these clubs in high school, engaging them in the solution is great. And not only just health, but public health deals with all of the deterrents and all of the of public health and all of the ways that we are unhealthy, whether that's mentally and all the way around. So if you could kind of speak to that quickly, I know time is of the essence, but I think it's important for us to hear that concerning all of that's, going on, regarding all of that's going on in our communities with crime and bad
So
health.
thank you so much, Councilman. So I think crime, health, food, environment, the housing we live in, the clothes we wear, public health is for all. It's for all and for everything. I think it's just a dimension of limited understanding about what public health is. A lot of people talk about medical school, nursing, but I think public health is a very important element to be a successful doctor. Lastly, I would say that our model is not just unique to Memphis now. We had actually visitors from all over the world, almost like 15 countries coming here, who actually came to look for exactly what Memphis is actually doing. So thank you for your support and your guidance around that.
Well, we look forward to all that it's going to bring. And as I was saying, there are about 10, from social work to health educators, scientists. There are a number of places that youth can go in this field. So thank you so much for your vision and for bringing it. And I think it'll be a great opportunity. As you said, you had the thing yesterday where the youth are tackling their own problems.
We had a hackathon yesterday.
So,
yes, fantastic.
And high schoolers, really look up to the college students. So pairing them, I think, is great. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity. Thank you all, colleagues, for allowing this, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Dr. Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing Dr. Joshi and Dean Joshi to meet with us. What public health is doing is very important to our city and also interacts with what we're trying to do with our group violence intervention plan. I don't know how active you are with that plan, but there's a overriding committee that meets that I'm going to try to see if we can get you invited to come to, because part of what we've been talking about as we've been looking at this with Dr. Jane and other people is how you have to look at this like it's a disease process, and you have to combat it like you would an epidemic or pandemic. And using public health techniques will be very helpful there. And I'll talk to you offline about Brooklyn and your background, because I'm very interested. I moved to Memphis from Brooklyn. Okay, so in New York, so it's going to be interesting to see where you lived and things you did. I worked at Queens General and Rikers Island while I was there. So I think we have similar backgrounds and also very similar thought processes about what we need to be doing as a community. Thank you for bringing him, and I'll try to get with you offline if it's okay.
Yep,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask Mr. Schuler, knowing your background from City of Memphis, work you've done here for years, and work you do in the community, and knowing the mission and vision of the Public Health School of Public Health, where do you see that fitting in what's going on in Memphis, and why is it promising to you?
Well, first of all, it's good to be with all of you again. I'm working part-time over at the University of Memphis. As you know, I retired last year and had just working in a part-time basis for Dean Joshi. It's been a wonderful experience. And we are keeping up with a lot of the things that are going on in the neighborhoods. And we feel that The programming that we have at the University of Memphis is really bedrock to some of the problems that we're seeing day in and day out. Several of the students, or young people rather, that have been involved even in crime as of late, had we reached them through a public health club at their high school, then perhaps we might even have fewer victims of crime. We might even have fewer people involved in crime. So we feel that getting involved at the high school level is a very, very important thing. As the dean mentioned, we're really setting a standard for how to do that. When we're talking to the children at the schools, the clinicians and the people from our staff going there, we're focusing on about 5 questions to them. Number 1, when anger comes up in your soul and in your heart, how do you settle that? Do you settle it with violence, or do you settle it with negotiation? Or are there ways that we can help them learn how to work through problems before one takes a gun and shoots another? We talk to them about what they're eating. We talk to them about how much sleep they're getting. We're talking to them about overall, when's the last time you've been to the doctor? Are you paying attention to your health? And then finally, what are your career goals? Which again, brings them right into many of these careers that you mentioned. The public health is more in our community than just being associated with clinical work or research. There's all kinds of other opportunities for them. So it's a broad way of looking at it, but we feel it's a very, very important work. As Dr. Joshi mentioned also, the School of Public Health is one of the leaders at the University of Memphis right now regarding research dollars that we've been able to gain over the last year, and our enrollment has been up about 27%. And that's a real challenge that a lot of universities have right now, to make sure that their enrollment standards are up and that their research dollars are coming in, and he's just done a wonderful job. So my job with him is to help introduce him to the community. We are going to all of the mayor and board of aldermen meetings throughout the entire county. We'll be up in Millington tomorrow, making sure that they know the good work that's going on at the university. And Councilman Logan will be continuing to come to your monthly meeting as a partner. And so we welcome any of those opportunities. But it's good to see you all.
Thank you so much. We are presenting them a recognition resolution. They couldn't come this evening, so we have it for you today. Just one for you, Dr. Josie, and one for the School of Public Health from the council members. So we want to say thank you so much, and we'll get that to you, and a gift for being here. I wish we had if we could just kind of gather up here for a moment and take a picture with them before
Okay, can we do that after we finish answering the questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I know you're excited, and I love it. Love the energy. Dean Joshi, I'm so glad to hear you say that. I worked with a doctor out of Cerritos, California, named Dr. Pellicadetti, Dr. Misha, and Dr. Farad Motorai, and they focused on public health. They came here for a little while and did a little work, but not an extent that you did. And what we found that social determinants of health played a major role in every household. We did household calls, but that social determinant of health, am I on it?
Totally. That's it.
Is so key and so major that affects every aspect of your health, crime, population, where you live, where you eat, where you go to school, how often you go to the doctor. And so that social determinant of health was a key to trying to navigate and turn the people and our patients that we were dealing with, because it gave us a in-way to actually deal with the real solution. And the ACEs was a key major role player in it. So I feel your heartbeat, and I know where you are, because I loved working and doing that kind of work here in Memphis. So thank you. Thank you that you are working, Steve. And if we could get the data from what you're doing and the metrics of the impact and the effect of the work of what public health is doing, it would be super, super appreciative. Thank you.
I just want to say that the social determinants of the health class is one of the classes in the dual enrollment which is being taught in the high schools.
Eh, Social determinants of health. Oh, okay. Those doctors brought it from Cerritos, California. And that's how I learned about it. And I was able to travel with them in different places and with helping. So thank you for that work that you're doing. And I'm looking forward to working with you in our communities and in our schools to push this a little bit harder. So thank you. Thank you. Let the record show that Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman White is present. Okay. Is that it? Does any other council member have anything else they need to be addressed? If not, meeting adjourned.
You all would come in,
Yes.
stand up and just kind of come in, and if you all could stand and come right in front of here.
CIP project number PK 12014, Parkland Acquisition to fiscal year 2025. CIP project number PK 25105, Riverfront Master Plan, Architecture Engineering. District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Can I have a motion? It's moved by Ford, second by Spinoza. We need someone from administration to come and talk. Who's going to be our discussion person here? All right, Art, do you think you can handle some of this? Do you have anything about this? Okay. Well, I guess we'll hold this for executive. Okay. And we'll go to, so without objection, this will be held and moved to executive committee. Item number 2 is a resolution allocating and appropriate $50,000 in fiscal year 2025 to CIP number PK09002, Zoo Major Maintenance, Contract Construction, and the allocation appropriation of $250,000 in fiscal year 2025 CIP number PK 09002, other costs, Geo Bonds General, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Can I have a moved by Ford, seconded by Spinoza? And with no one here from administration, it seems like it is something going on today. We will hold this to executive committee. Is that okay? I think both of these guys, both of these things, colleagues, are, item number 2 is just sort of routine maintenance, and item number 1, I think, may have something to do with, I guess, adding additional property. You have some?
I mean, for the record, I'll vouch for number 2. If
Okay.
the body wants to have people come and speak to it in executive, I'm cool with that. But item number 2 is in District 5, and it's just routine maintenance.
Routine maintenance. Item number 5 is routine maintenance. Do we need to take the routine maintenance issue to executive? Anybody have questions on that? It's like paving, fixing bathrooms, doing toilets, making sure the electricity is running into the facility, making sure that roofing is fixed. Okay, so we'll let them say something about it when we get to executive committee. Are there any other items or questions that you guys want to bring before the committee today? If not, then we're adjourned.
Good morning, everyone. It is May 6th, 9:20 a.m., and I hereby call our Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee. First item on our agenda, we have a discussion regarding crime beat. Oh, I'm sorry. Call the roll.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, Chair White.
Present. Thank you so much. First item is a discussion regarding Memphis Crime Beat. All council districts requested by Councilman Canale. Good morning.
Good morning. Leslie Taylor, Executive Director of Memphis Crime Beat. So I wanted to start, first of all, by thanking y'all for having us today. We appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the work that we've been doing. Particularly, I want to thank Councilman Canale. He was sort of my foray into this work because I called him 2.5 years ago, upset about the reckless driving, and said we need to organize a community meeting to address this problem. And he took me seriously. So cut to 2.5 years later, this is now my full-time unpaid gig. Who would have thought? Also, Councilman Spinoza has been super supportive of us from the very beginning, early on in our work. So I appreciate you as well. And several of you we have met with over the course of the last couple of years, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that and would welcome meeting with all of you going forward. So let's see, which button am I pushing here? All right, sorry, which one? Escape there. Sorry, we'll figure this out. Sorry.
Every arrow is over here.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so who are we? We're now a 501c3. We're nonpartisan, and that is very intentional. Crime affects all of us regardless of our political leanings, and we want to encourage everyone, whether you're blue, red, or purple, to participate in solutions to reduce crime. And we're a 100% volunteer-based organization. A couple of other folks with us are here today, Norman Blake, who's my co-founder, and Ron Walker, who's our board secretary. And Ron does the majority of the heavy lifting on our data collection. And these folks are doing it simply because they want to reduce crime in our community and make our community safer for everyone. So what are we trying to do? How are we trying to reduce crime? Well, number one, we want to inform our citizens about crime-related policy and local issues. We're trying to get folks engaged in the discussion and feeling like they have the ability to affect change. We want to bring transparency to the criminal and judicial system. I'll talk a little bit more about this later. We study best practices. So I'm an engineer by training, and when I got involved in this work, I thought to myself, surely Memphis isn't the first city to ever have had a problem with crime, and what can we learn from looking at how other cities have addressed this problem? And then we do a lot of work on analyzing data and also trying to publish data in a way that the average citizen can understand what's going on with crime data. It can be pretty complicated, and we want it to be approachable for the citizens of Memphis and Shelby County. So about a year ago, I don't know if y'all remember, I'm sure you do, that we were hearing in the news about these judges who aren't showing up to work. And I said to myself, well, if that's true, somebody needs to get down there and figure out what's going on. And so I did. I went down to court and found out that the judges are actually showing up to work, spoiler alert. But that was the beginning of our Court Watch program. And since that day, January 8th, a year ago, we've trained about 30 Court Watch volunteers. And they're going to court primarily to look at the system of justice in Shelby County. So number one, we want to inform citizens about how well their elected leaders are doing and what is going on in the courts. I don't know about y'all, but during the last judicial election, I struggled to know who to vote for. And we want to get information out to the public about how our elected leaders are performing so that they have a little more information when they go to the ballot box. We also, and this is probably the biggest thing we try to do, is identify problems, bottlenecks, and inefficiencies in the system. So we're looking at where are the opportunities to improve, and then how can we engage the right people to help us find a solution to those problems. As part of that, we call attention to those issues. We try to do it in a very just factual way that doesn't place blame on anyone, because a lot of these issues have been going on for a long time. We just want to engage the right folks to get the problem solved. And through this experience of doing Court Watch, that's what sort of got us started down the road of our quest for data. And the reason that started was we were seeing things in the courtroom, and the question was, well, is this just a one-off, or is this a systemic problem and we can find a solution to address it? And so through our Court Watch experience, we started realizing how important the justice system is to reducing crime. Obviously, it's pretty clear that law enforcement is an important part of reducing crime. What we didn't realize when we started is the justice system is a huge piece of that and really needs to work hand in glove with law enforcement so that we can develop a system overall that is pulling the right levers to reduce crime. So we came up with this concept of tracking the life of a crime through what we call the crime funnel. And we look at each phase of the life of a crime, which are listed on this slide, and we try to associate the appropriate data to track how we're handling that phase of a crime. So we start with the crime committed, the crime gets reported, ideally an arrest gets made, bail gets set, the person goes through the process of being prosecuted. If they're guilty, they're found guilty. If they're not found guilty, which is the case result. And then if they're sentenced, whether or not they serve their sentence. And throughout that crime funnel, we want to know, are folks rearrested when they're set out on bail? Are we doing a good job with identifying people who can be let out on bail and will show up for their court date and not recommit crime while they're out? And then are we doing a good job with rehabilitation and encouraging people not to reoffend? We want to look at all that. And I'll just add, there's a ton of work that goes on beyond our scope of the crime funnel. The gang intervention violence programs, all those things are super important, the education system, et cetera. We do not have the resources at this point to delve into those issues and figure out, to try to track how we're doing on those metrics. That is something we hope to expand into later, but for now, this is sort of our structure for our work going forward. So if we look at the crime funnel for Memphis, we start with a crime committed. And what you'll find, I think, coming out of this slide is there's a lot of data that we don't have. And spoiler alert, one of the things I'm going to be asking y'all for help with is getting more data. We're struggling with data, particularly around the justice system. Our law enforcement folks do a reasonably good job of collecting and reporting on data in a very transparent manner, and we appreciate that. As we move into the justice system, we find that we're in this black hole where we can't find even the most basic data to better understand how our justice system is working. So if we look at crimes committed, it's estimated nationally that about 44% of the crimes that are committed are not reported. And we don't have any local estimates for that. In Memphis, we had 111,000 offenses that were reported, and this is preliminary data from TBI in 2024. We know that the overall clearance rate for our law enforcement, Memphis Police Department, is 17%. And I'll say that saying that our clearance rate is 17% is like saying that your cholesterol is 300. It doesn't tell you a lot. What you need to look at is the clearance rate for particular felonies, right? It varies a lot depending on whether we're talking about homicides or car break-ins. So we can look at the overall clearance rate, but it's more important to look at it by felony class. But if you take the overall clearance rate based on that 111,000 offenses, that yields about 18,870 arrests that are made off of those 111,000 offenses. Then as we move into the bail setting, we know from the University of Memphis report that about 20% of those folks are getting released on their own recognizance, which means that they're getting released with no cash bail. So that's about 3,774 folks out of the 18,870 that are arrested. I'm going to come back to the time to disposition. So, and what I'm talking about here is how long it takes to process a case from the time that the court case starts to when the court case finishes and is disposed of. We don't have any data around that data point, and we would really like that. As far as the case result, we don't have data directly locally. We do get some data from the Administrative Office of the Courts, the AOC. We know that about 56% of cases are dismissed. So that means that about 10,500 of these cases end up being dismissed. And we don't know the exact reasons for those dismissals. It could be that the witness isn't available to testify. It could be that they don't have the evidence available. We don't know. That's something we'd like to know as well. And then we have no data on the length of the sentence and the percentage of time folks are serving. We don't have any data on how good of a job we're doing at rehabilitating folks so that they don't commit crimes again. We do have some data on the rearrest rate from the University of Memphis. About 12%, according to their recent report, reoffend within 120 days, 21% reoffend within 500 days. So again, there's a lot of holes in the justice system that we'd like your help in getting closed so that we better understand what's going on and can better identify areas of opportunity to improve. So in March, the Tennessee Comptroller's Office released a report about Shelby County's criminal justice system. And this was triggered because Lieutenant Governor of Tennessee was concerned about whether or not the justice system was doing a good job addressing crime in Shelby County. And the report's worth a read. We have a link on our website. I would encourage all of you at least to read the executive summary. And I'll just pull one quote. Agencies within the Shelby County criminal justice system should collect and publicly report data for key metrics on a regular basis. And we could not agree more. Without data, we don't know how our systems are performing, and it's really important that we do. There are lots of opportunities to improve our systems, but if we're not identifying them, then how do we know where to begin? So for example, we have people who've been in jail for over 500 days. We have one inmate who's been in our jail for over 10 years, awaiting on his case to be disposed. One of the goals of Memphis Crime Beat is to get rid of that list of people who've been in jail for 500 days. That would benefit everyone in our community. And one of the ways we do that is we start moving their cases through the justice system more quickly so that they're not languishing in our jail, which we all know has problems. One of the ways we can do that is start publishing how well our judges are managing their docket. So that means how quickly are they progressing cases through the system, how many cases are on their docket. That is probably the biggest piece of information that we would like to have immediately. We know that the county clerks collect that information, and we need your help in encouraging them to either share it with us so that we can do the analysis or to publish it themselves. The other problem, when we're not tracking data, we don't know if the policy and solutions we're implementing are working. So we need to be focused on identifying areas of opportunity, and then when we implement a policy change, we're tracking that with data so that we know whether or not we are getting the expected result from the policy implementation. And then there's opportunities to better use taxpayer dollars. So in the comptroller's report, they reference a calculator that you can use to calculate how much delays in the justice system are costing the county. And this is worth us exploring because let's say, for example, that we can dramatically reduce the amount of time it's taking to process cases. We can then use those taxpayer funds for initiatives that are more effective in reducing crime, say helicopters and police cars, just as a suggestion. All right, so I've mentioned several times we need your help. The biggest thing is we know what data we need to track that life of a crime through the crime funnel, and we know who has it. We don't have the authority to make people provide us with that data. We're hoping that y'all can help us in that regard or help the community really in that regard. For those of you who have not met with us, we would love to meet with you, talk more about our efforts, and to pose the question to you, what can we do to help? Spread the word and get more citizens involved. It is really important that we have citizen volunteers in the courtroom from all of our districts that are watching what's going on. Everyone at 201 Poplar tells us that all the time. And one of the ways we do that is speaking engagements. So if there are speaking engagements in your districts where we can talk about what we've uncovered, what we understand now, and then recruit volunteers, that's super helpful for us. We do need financial support, and we would encourage anyone to reach out at our email address if you have any questions or if you want to meet with us. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. One thing that I think would be helpful that I wrote down for you to send to all council members, even before a meeting, would just be just in one bullet point, the data that we need to encourage our elected officials to share, and in what way. Because Chief, I know we've been talking about a dashboard for
a long time.
For a long time.
And we can't do it because we don't have the data. We don't have a complete dashboard. We have what we have. I'm sorry. Chief C.J. Davis, City of Memphis, 170 North Main. We have what we have, and we're able to put it out. That's what you see on the city dashboard now. But that's why this work that Leslie has been doing has been invaluable, because they literally sit through court process. They do things that we don't have the manpower or the time to do, but it helps to answer questions and bring light to real issues in that whole funnel that she's talking about. Those places where there is no data, we need that data to put on our dashboard about what happened in the court, how many, of these individuals pled out, what was that plea deal, or if a case is dismissed. 56% of cases being dismissed, many times those cases are dismissed without a call to the detective or the police officer who arrested the person to at least, tell us why. That helps us to, if there's something wrong, it'll help us improve, but it makes us question, why would you dismiss a case and not communicate about why this? Because there's a victim to every case. But you're absolutely right, that this is the data that, we're just appreciative that there is an effort, and a very robust effort, for individuals in our community to volunteer to try to help get this information.
Thank you so much, Chief. So that would be really helpful if we could just get a one-pager on what it is that we need to to be advocating for, because I'm an advocate for transparency in data as well, because I agree we can't figure out what's working and what's not, as well as figuring out where our gaps are. And that was one of the questions that I wrote down, or notes that I made, was 56% of cases being dismissed. And did we know why? Was it because we are arresting people that don't need to be arrested? Is it because there's not sufficient evidence and the cases are dismissed? Is it that we're making arrests on certain cases that the DA has decided not to prosecute? Because that's just a waste of resources all around. And we know that arrests in contact with the criminal justice system has negative impact. So, that's a big percentage of cases to be dismissed, and it would be really helpful to know why. But let's go to some of our council members in the queue. First, we have Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I'm just wondering, how have y'all interacted with the Crime Commission for the data that they have? What's the situation with that? Because it seems like a lot of the things you're asking for, I've seen in Crime Commission reports, and I'm wondering if you don't have access to that data.
Leslie Taylor. Great question. I have as of last week, I've joined the board of the Crime Commission. So we have a close working relationship, and I agree with you that the two organizations can work together. They are tracking the law enforcement piece of it. Again, they're not delving into the judicial piece of it.
I think y'all are a perfect match, okay? So I just wanted to make sure that I'm glad you're on that board. That's a really good move. Do you have any of those people on your board or any of the leadership from that team? I guess you'll be the leadership component then, right?
Yes, sir, I will. Leslie Taylor.
Okay. Tell me what has been going on as far as your interaction with the DA, and also primarily, I would think probably the most difficult issue you've got is getting stuff out of juvenile court. Is that correct?
Leslie Taylor, yes. And actually, we have not even tried yet to get things out of juvenile court because we recognize that is a very difficult issue. Our approach basically is start with the low-hanging fruit. And we're not asking for all the data at once. That's why I want to be real clear in saying...
Who did you ask?
We have spoken with both of the clerks,
okay,
and the DA. And... how do I say this diplomatically?
That's always hard.
Everyone is friendly and cooperative, but we have yet to receive data.
So what's happening is you're talking to people already overworked, and you're asking them to get you some more stuff. So I think it's important that what you're asking for, I think we get it out, because I think it's going to make the less work for them in the long run and get a better system. So I think all of us as council members want to help you do that. So getting us the information and the questions you've asked and who you've asked to will help us proceed. So please get that to us individually so we can help you.
Leslie Taylor, with just one more comment. A lot of the data that we are asking for today was reported by the clerk's offices as recently as 2020. So a great step would just be to go back to the reporting that they were doing in 2020.
Okay, that's good. Can you have that data sheet and stuff that you can provide us so as we advocate we can help you?
Leslie Taylor, absolutely.
And Leslie, you don't have to say your name each time. You're good. You're all good. I'm going to remember your name though, so that's really
I don't want to break
helped.
the rules.
I'm bad with names, so thank
Just
you.
one time is good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much I want to thank Councilman Canale, Chairman Canale, for bringing this, and thank you all for being here, and your work is so valuable. I just was meeting with the DA's office and sheriff and people over there in the county to find out what is happening, because everyone is so laser focused on what the police department is doing. And what people don't realize, or what they're not listening to or hearing, is the fact that when the police officers bring them to the door of the court system or the judicial system, they've done their due diligence. And if you cannot, from there, if they are let out tomorrow or the next day, then they go reoffend, they have to go pick them up. So it's a revolving door. And I don't hear the outcry of the community on that end. And that's something that I appreciate. I hear that you're bringing that to light and you're needing more volunteers. And I totally agree with you. We should have people from every district a part of this organization so that there can be some accountability, oversight. And I appreciate your comments as well. The 56% that are let out, there's a reason for that happening, but we don't know. We don't know what it is, and there's a cloud over the judicial system from what I've seen, my observation in terms of getting information or being transparent or understanding why we're doing the things that we're doing. Like if there's overcrowding in these spaces, why are we holding people, that should be sent to federal somewhere else? Why are we holding them so long? There's a lot that needs to be uncovered with the judicial system. And I do think that it's sometimes easier to just look at what the police are doing because we have access. And of course, the reforms that have been requested and demanded, they should be in place for the police department. I think you agree with that. But I do also want people to understand you're just one part of that system. If you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, as you were speaking, Councilmember, I just wanted to add, the process is ambiguous to us too. Every charge that our officer places on an individual for an offense, it has to meet the elements of the crime of the TCA for the state of Tennessee. And those elements there is a process that goes through the DA's office where it's approved. So we don't just arbitrarily charge individuals without making sure that the elements of the crime are there. Now, what happens after that? Sometimes it's very ambiguous to us because there is no list of court dockets that basically say case dismissed because of this, case dismissed because of that. And that's the data that, Leslie and her team are working on trying to get. I think it would help all of us, and it also helped to explain to our community members why they see individuals committing the same crimes over and over again, out on our streets. Yeah. So we're very victim focused about who is that next individual that might be a victim of crime based on, repeat offenders and release on recognizance and those types of dispositions.
And even all of the players that are a part of it in terms of the judges that before it gets to DA, you have the commissioners, judicial commissioners and all these other people, and now the bail bondsmen are part of the process, and it's just a lot. And so I appreciate and I really feel your work is necessary. I do, I'm going to do all that I can to give volunteers, make sure that we are shoring up with the work that you're doing, because we have to begin to pull them in, to get a clear picture of what is being done in the judicial system that is either counterproductive to what the police are doing or that is working with them and amplifying that. So that is something that I'm glad that you're doing, informing the community, because the community does not know about that part. For a long time, I didn't know about that whole system and the thing and how they impact offenders getting back out on the street as quickly as they are. You said there was a story or report that you all arrested 5 individuals in 1 week, and this is recently.
Very recent. The arrest resulted in an accident. The individuals that were part of that particular incident had been involved in a crime the previous week or two, very recent, but they were in a stolen vehicle. A number of weapons were in the vehicle as well, and that has become, all too common to see individuals that are committing crimes in the community aren't dealt with appropriately and able to get out. And stole a very expensive high-end car and wrecked it, but it was just a very dangerous situation.
And they were out.
They were out. They were out from the previous arrest, and the previous charge was a very serious crime as well. but I can get you more details about that particular scenario. That's just one that came to mind because this conversation continues to
Absolutely,
be,
yeah.
important.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
I just want to add, there are a lot of good people in the justice system working hard to do the right thing. But when we're not tracking the data, we can't identify those people versus the people who are floating along, not doing what they should do, right? So, and then the problem is if you're not supporting the people who are trying to do the right thing, they're going to leave. And you're going to be left with the people who aren't doing the right thing. So it's just another reason that we need to know who's doing a great job so that we can celebrate that and encourage more of it.
Yeah, I wasn't speaking about the people who are doing the right job. I wasn't talking about them, because there are a number of wonderful judges and people in that system, but the system itself appears to be flawed or broken, and there are a lot of ambiguity, and there's a cloud over getting transparency. So that's what I'm talking about. So thank you for bringing it up. I don't want it to read in the news or something that, I'm saying that, but yeah, there are great people and judges.
Thank you. We're getting ready to wrap up. We have Councilman Warren. You wanted to give us a last remark?
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the things you mentioned, and I think we need to look at it too as a big picture of what we have to do, is we have to fix the jail. We need to close that jail down and build a new jail. That's not the city's responsibility, it's the county's responsibility, but we all need to push that, and we need to make sure that we know that the money that they're planning to spend on building a new hospital doesn't need to be used for that. It needs to be used on moving this jail and for our schools. So we don't need a new Region 1. We've already got a hospital that can handle that, but we do need a new jail. So as you're trying to push things, make sure people know that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other council members, were you in the queue, Spinoza? You want to talk?
I would like to be in the queue, please.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yeah, we're bumping into MLGW committee, so I'll make it brief. I just want to thank you for everything, and I'm happy to see you and Chief Davis sitting next to each other. Good to see Norman. I know my wife's gone down there and volunteered. I've spent a day or two downtown with you, so just to every council member, I feel like a broken record sometimes. I'm like, try to go spend a day with this person, but with Leslie, go spend a day with her. It's and as I listen to you speak, I think this is a great way for us to support police and the hard work that they do as well without, just if you can get down there and help Leslie in any way, volunteer-wise, do it. And then I look forward to the next meeting where we can put a list together and make something happen. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Seeing no other members in the queue, I hereby call this meeting adjourned at 9:52.
All right, good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, May the 6th. Welcome to the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee meeting for the Memphis City Council. Ashley, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. And Councilman Espinosa.
Here. Thank you, Ashley. 2 items on the agenda. Looks like neither one of them need a motion or second, so we'll just get right to it. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent. Doug, go for it.
Doug McGowan, President, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main. Today, Mr. Chair, we bring to you $8.6 million for approval. That will bring us to a total of the calendar year of $186 million of approval subject to your approval today. Today, you'll see 7 items on the agenda that we're going to review today. I do want to make a note that there will be an 8th item discussed today at 12:30 in your attorney-client meeting that will be on the agenda tonight for your vote. Just some details that Ms. Sink will provide to you at your attorney-client. So we'll move right into it. First is waste management services for $250,000. This is for environmental waste removal. We have a number of hazardous materials that we work with, and when we're complete, this is like things like transformers, they have some chemicals in there, and this team helps us remove them and dispose of them properly. This is a year-long contract. The next is for a gas leak survey. This is part of our gas system integrity program, where we hire a team that comes and does a periodic survey. And this is everything from labor, transportation, and a report that we can report out to the federal regulators who control the integrity of our gas system. So this is important to make sure that our gas system operates safely and that we don't have any leaks in our system. The next is an investment into one of our pumping stations. This is the Morton Pumping Station for $322,000. This is on Summer Avenue. We have very large pumps inside the building. Those are coming due for replacement, and it's very difficult and cumbersome to remove the pumps because they are built into this station. What this does is provides us access hatches in the roof of that pumping station so that we can use a crane to remove those pumps more easily so that they can be more easily removed and replaced both now and in the future. So it's an investment in changing the physical nature of the roof so that we have better access for replacing those pumps. The next is for Alteryx data analytics software. This is $520,000, so about $160,000 over each year for the next 3 years. This is used for analysis of various programs. Our team uses this to analyze the impact and energy savings for customers who get benefit from Share the Pennies program. Our gas purchasing team also uses this to forecast the various natural gas loads that we may get. And so as they are managing the market, they use this software to ensure that we always have the right amount of gas coming through our system. So you can see it's a very important piece of software for us. The next is 500 KC mill wire and $272,000 for that. This is for about just a little under 4 miles of wiring. This is used in our underground electric service for new and existing customers, just to ensure that we always have enough wire as we're building new subdivisions and replacing outdated infrastructure. The next is control cable, and I want to make apologies here for you on this one. I said that the quantities for the 12-month period are noted below in the plain language, and I didn't include them. It's 330,000 feet of cable. That's a lot of miles. It's 60 miles of cable. And this is for underground electric infrastructure, and we purchase this over the next 12 months. The next is for network transformers. Transformers are what take the very high voltage energy that we have in a system and transition it down to a lower voltage that can be used by customers. These particular transformers, we purchase about 62 of each and every year, and they are used in the downtown network. Downtown has a different configuration than the rest of the city. It's what's called a network configuration, and you can see that these transformers look a little different than the ones we've had in the past because they're typically in vaults underground or in the basements of buildings. But this allows us to purchase 62 of those, which will conclude the amount of purchases on this contract. Subject to your questions on the consent agenda, that concludes my comments.
Comments, questions? Councilwoman Green.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, President McGowan. On slide number 7.
Yes, ma'am. That's the total amount over the 3 years, so it's about $160,000 per year. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Council Vice Chair, Madam Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President McGowan. Can I direct you to page number 4, please?
Yes, ma'am.
So, will there be another RFP issued for this before the end of next year?
Let me ask the
Or
team.
how do we continue beyond?
So we typically do this. Once we do the RFP, we'll have a period of options. This one had 4 options. This is the last option. And so as soon as we award this, we'll start putting together the RFP for the next bid for bidders to do this. And that's typically how we do this work.
Okay, thank you for that. So would that be this calendar year or next year?
Do we know? I think it'll probably come out next calendar year. We'll make sure that as we have been doing each year, kind of in the fall, once we get our budget typically formalized, we'll make an announcement, we'll do a vendor conference, and we'll let everybody know here are the bids that are going to be coming out in the spring, the kinds of work that we want people to do. So there'll be plenty of heads up for companies who want to bid on this contract.
Okay, thank you for that. And so page 10, the network transformers.
Yes,
So just for clarity, what we currently have is not providing enough of what we need, or this is something that's worn out and needs replacing?
Well, it's a bit of both, ma'am. So we have a lot of development happening in downtown, as you know, with 100 North Main coming online. They need some network transformers. St. Jude's expansion, they need a lot of these network transformers. And again, these are in vaults that are underground or in the buildings. And so with the massive expansion at St. Jude, they will need a good number of this volume of transformers to support their electric demand. We're also doing some other things in addition to transformers. You'll see in the future, you'll see some requests for additional substations, for additional cabling that will come down from those substations to these transformers to feed St. Jude and other developments in downtown. So as more development happens downtown, with especially these big projects, you'll need more transformers to serve those buildings. 2 that come to mind are they're building those 2 very large office towers, and we know they just built an advanced research center, another one's on the books. So this prepares us to make sure we always have the infrastructure needed to support that kind of expansion instead of them having to wait for us to get that.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And then for the record, we had Councilwoman Easter Thomas join us. Oh, you were here? Sorry. Yeah. Councilman Ford and former Chairman Smiley. He's been a busy man lately. Welcome to the MLGW committee. Anybody else on item 1? Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes, ma'am.
The mic, I know better. The control cable.
Yes,
So you said the impact that these cables will be needed for new substations, breaker replacements, and maintenance. So would that include what you just finished talking about with Councilwoman Walker?
Yes, that can be part of it. As you know, we're also building substations. We just completed substation 83. Which one is it in Collier? Right, substation 98, substation 63. We have a 10-year plan for...
What's 98 and 63?
Those are the numbers of substations. So we have 64 substations in and around the service area. I apologize.
All right, I'm being smart.
And so as we build new substations to manage the demand of a growing community, again, we just completed a substation to serve the southeastern part of the county, the Collarville, Germantown area that had been kind of tapped out. We're building new ones. There's one coming on Summer Avenue to serve the middle part of the community. That power has to go somewhere, so we use those power cables to connect those substations to the network.
How do you determine how do you determine that?
Where the substations go?
And which ones are really in dire need?
Sure. I'd love to come back and show you that again.
That
we have
would
a
be
presentation, And we have, based on the loading of the substation, our team has developed a plan over the next 10 years to make sure that we keep capacity available so that when a new development comes to your neighborhood, we know we have electric capacity to serve that area. So that's what we're doing, and I'd be happy to first of all, I can send it to you, and then I'll be happy to brief you all on that plan for substation build-out so you can all see where we land at the end of our 10-year plan.
Okay. And the reason I asked, because when I saw that and then just listening, even with the two-lane project, would a new substation have to be built?
Until we figure out what their request for power will be and where it will come from, we have to study that to determine, and it's a good question that people have. Anytime there's a new connected load, we have to determine, A, where will the power come from? B, what kind of infrastructure will you need? Do you need bigger cables, a new substation? And that's what our study does, is helps us determine what that kind of infrastructure is, what it will cost, how long it will take, and all those kinds of things. So that's why that system impact study is incredibly important for us. The substations I'm talking about here are based on simple capacity, knowing that our community needs to have sufficient capacity to grow in the future, and that's what this plan is based on. And these cables are just planned as a part of that routine replacement of infrastructure.
Okay. I was just kind of piggybacking off what you said prior
to
what Councilwoman Walker asked, as far as, building and new companies coming and new businesses coming and making sure that we provide the adequate.
Yes, ma'am.
And so my next question is this, and this is for everyone, because where the infrastructure is lacking in other places. But is there something in place that if a new business is here and they need a substation, is there a deadline? Because you said that could be any business. Let me make this very clear. It could be any business that's coming here and they need that. Is there a guideline or a policy or a particular amount of time you need to know what is happening at that company so you'll know if it's a substation to make sure they have the adequate electricity and the power that is needed?
It's a great question, ma'am. We have a very structured process. I'll use two of our headline companies that we know here, that FedEx and St. Jude, and we work with those companies very closely. We have a key accounts representative for existing companies who typically is the entry point through key accounts and our economic development team, who will say, I'm just going to use generically, FedEx is desiring to expand the hub, and this is what we anticipate. They will work with our team. When they are ready, they will submit the requirements of power that they think they'll need from that expanded facility. Our team will do that study, and then we will determine what infrastructure is needed to serve that load. We follow that for everyone when it's a very large, or for any new connection that's larger than 5 megawatts, we have to do a detailed study because we want to make sure that it doesn't have any impact on the rest of the system. So we've done that routinely for a number of our partners who exist here.
Thank you, President McGowan. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, so that does it for item number 1. Doug, we've got 5 minutes.
Yep, I can breeze through this one.
And then real quick, council members, if you don't mind, we need to finish. Let's finish on time. We've got public works at 10:15, then budget 10:30. We got attorney-client, so just want to keep it tight.
That's right.
Try to hold questions.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Okay, so today is an informational briefing. You will recall, as we move through the modernizing our grid, and I'm going to talk about this in a minute, that we've mentioned the term 5G and PLTE in the past. This is communications network. So today is just an informational briefing. I don't need a decision from you today, so we anticipate bringing this to you at the next council meeting for a decision. So I want to give you time to hear this and ask any questions that you have between now and next council meeting. So you'll remember the 3-part approach to making our electric grid more reliable. That is trimming trees, replacing outdated infrastructure, and modernizing the distribution grid. Now, I want to take just 1 second off my presentation because I want to just show you this real quickly because we're pretty proud of this. Our team on the tree trimming, this is where we are. We've trimmed 1,428 miles in this cycle since 1 September. That's 500 miles more than we were supposed to have trimmed at this point. So we are 102% complete, and we still have till August 31st to go. So if you asked us to go faster, we are going faster. And you're seeing that reflected in your reliability. So sometimes it comes with a few hiccups, and Councilwoman Walker and I know all about that. But that said, good news for all of us. So this is what we're talking about today is replacing outdated infrastructure, but modernizing the distribution grid. That's where what I'm talking about today fits in. Now, this chart tells you what's foundational to that. First of all, you need to have the equipment in the system. That's what distribution relay replacement is. That protects your equipment in the system. Second, you need to have an advanced distribution management system, and we are buying and installing that into our system. Third is a 5G communications network. Those are the radios that communicate with all of the equipment in the system that enable its automatic function. Then you'll see above that is additional layering on top of that. That's kind of the software and systems that make the system really function. And at the very top is where we are aspiring to be at the end of the next 4 years, and that's to have a very progressive, responsive grid that has variable voltage optimization, it has advanced distribution, it has fault location isolation, system restoration. Remember Flizzr we talked about a few years ago? That's the function that we want to have, the automatic rerouting of power anytime there's an outage. Communications is incredibly important to making that happen, and that's what we're talking about today. This is this private 5G wireless network. You all recall I came to explain to you a year and a half ago or so that I was buying LTE spectrum. It was an FCC license that we purchased for $27 million. What I'm buying now is the radios, the towers, and the equipment that use that spectrum to talk to all of those switches. So it's two parts. I need to have a license to operate the spectrum. Remember, we talked about the garage door opener. You don't want people to interfere with that. So that's what I bought, was the license for that. This is all the equipment that uses to communicate. We're short on time. I'm doing two phases. The first phase is that ADMS, making the grid smart and talk and reroute power automatically, talking to all of the automated meters that we have and making us better able to see all the way through to your home. The second is what I'm calling an optimization of phase two. That is my workforce. Better radios for my team, better ability to talk to batteries that you may have in your home that you want to allow me to dispatch for you. All of the distributed energy resources in phase two. What's the difference between phase one and phase two? Phase two just has more antennas, so I have more coverage, better bandwidth to communicate more information, and you'll see what that looks like. This is what the network looks like, a series of towers, and those towers have computers on them, and they are connected back via fiber line to our network control node, and then they transmit in that 5G network, or that 5G spectrum, out to all the switches, and our control room can control all those switches either automatically or manually. That's what we're putting up. At the end of the day, what we're talking about here is 34 tower sites. 10 of these are existing, Sam, and 24 are new sites. Where are we going to put these? Not in your backyard. They're going to be inside MLGW substations on properties that we already own largely. So, you know, the very big steel structures that we have in our substations, these towers will largely go in or around those substations. So these are cellular towers. So they're not the very large ones like you see on Interstate 40, but they're, Sam, 100 to 190 feet tall. So they're not the very massive ones. These are monopole, like a telephone pole, monopole antenna. And then phase two just adds another 18 sites, and you'll see why that is. This chart is very busy, but what the blue shows is the coverage, and that coverage is 1 megabit per second. What that means to you is very fast speeds, lots of data. In the area that's not covered in white there, you don't quite have as high as speeds. You still get data coverage, but just not quite as much. All the dots are all those switches we need to talk to. All the white lines are all the electrical feeder circuits that we have. So you can see we're covering the entire county. On the right is when we do phase two, we get that 98% coverage at 1 megabit per second, meaning everywhere in the county. Think of your cell phone. When you're a place that has one bar, it's very hard to talk. What this means, 5 bars everywhere. I want you to think about that. 5 bars everywhere. On the left, it's 5 bars most places. In the white, it's like 4 bars. So very reliable communications, and that's what we're doing. So what does this cost? $39.8 million plus $4 million of contingency. Now, when we originally forecast this 2 years ago, we thought it would be $31 million was our estimate. The bids came back, and the best qualifying bid was $39 million. So, well, and I do want to say, in the budget that I presented, the 5-year budget that showed $1 billion of spending on the electric grid, this falls within that budget. We had some other items in the budget that were not as expensive as we anticipated, so this does not break the budget. It doesn't break anything we did with the rate changes. This is all contained within that budget. And so we do have a timeline, though. We have got to have this built out by July of 2028. That is a requirement of our FCC license to get this thing built out by July of 2028. So we need to get this approved by our board. We're going to take it to them tomorrow. We'd like you guys to give it your consideration the next council meeting so we can get moving. Sam and his team back here, Sam is our lead on this. They are ready to go. They're negotiating with our vendor right now to get all the details.
Real quick, we're used to hearing like you have to have it by July 2025. So we appreciate 2028.
Well, that's when we have, not the contract, we have to have it built by July of 2028. So that's putting all those 34 towers and all the radios and stuff up. So we got to get rolling. Otherwise, we risk our license. Again, no decision today. Background information so you guys can absorb it and ask me questions before we get to next week. Hopefully you find this helpful. If you'd like more information or details, either Sam or Quentin or Alonzo or any of my team would be happy to provide technical details if you would like them.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. Just spoke with JB next to me. So next committee should be pretty quick. So we'll go for another 6 minutes. We've got 2 council members in the queue. Real quick, if you don't mind, though, I would like for you to just recognize real quick the members of your team that are here. Not trying to put anybody on the spot, but different faces come every 2 weeks. And
okay, so team, why don't we stand up and introduce yourselves? We'll start with Alonzo down here. I think you know Alonzo Weaver. Okay, Alonzo. All right.
He's been around for a while.
Mr. Cleek.
Good to see you, Rodney. So we got Rodney Cleek. Quentin Clark. Thank you, Sam Cahill. Jennifer Sink. Jeff Lewis. Matt. Thank you, Wayne. Thanks, Nick.
This team, when you think of substations, think of Wayne. When you think of grid modernization, think of the team that's sitting over here. Martrice is new to the team. She is doing, this is a very wide-ranging project. We need somebody to manage, keep all the plates spinning and keep everybody moving and on time. So Martrice is going to make sure that she's our taskmaster to make sure this gets delivered on time and hopefully on budget too, right? So, and Sam is the head of all of our communications. And these folks do a great job, and this is a very complicated, this is a generational update for our electric system. When I say generational, you only do this like once every 50 years. This is a generational update. This isn't a modern, mild change. This is huge for us. So these guys do a great job, and we're moving out.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Walker, Logan, and Cooper Sutton. So Councilwoman Walker, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the portion about the tree trimming. And yes, the tree trimming is alive and well in District 3. I passed 2 trucks this morning on my way here, just south of the library on Mill Branch. And that's all I had. Thank you, and thank you for the customer service.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. And it's been a pleasure to work with you on this committee as well. And thank you all for coming. And I'll share this with you too. I carry cards with me for, city council, and I see more people at gas stations out doing work, and I give out my cards. They're just doing a ton of work around town. So anyways, it's always good to see your people out in the field. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President McGowan, for your presentation. And I just saw that little note for a simple.
It's actually kind of a joke, but I'll send it to you. It's pretty funny. So.
Electric schoolhouse rock version
yes, ma'am.
Of what you said. But I was out and about, and I heard some people talking about us. Thank you. creating our own grid separate from, like we have our own grid as a city. And so can you kind of tell me how you speak to that, as maybe they're a little bit off, or are they on point, or how does that work?
So I'd be happy to there's probably a longer conversation, but the electric grid in America, the bulk electric system, is connected. We are all connected. We're connected to Los Angeles, to Florida, to New York. We are all connected together. We ride and die together. The exception of kind of Texas, which has a separate grid that's not quite as connected to the rest of America. That's the bulk electric system. It's made up of a bunch of system operators. TVA happens to be our system operator. They provide all of the generation and power to us, and they're also the grid manager. They make sure that power is moving in different areas, and you've heard MISO to our west. They're the grid regional transmission operator over there to make sure bulk electricity is moving at the right speed to the right place at the right time, and they're matching generation to demand, which is a very challenging program. At Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, that's a transmission grid they're talking about, very high voltage. In Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, we have a distribution grid that is 7,500 miles in length. We also have 660 miles of transmission. So 161,000 volt transmission, 660 miles, those large towers that you see around the county, those are all ours, moving power at very high voltage to those 64 substations. Out of those substations comes those 7,000 miles of wires that go down your street to power your house. When you talk about an advanced distribution management or an advanced grid, that is the distribution system that we're talking about, the 7,500 miles of 23,000 or 12,000 volts that controls the flow of power to circuits, to your home, to businesses. We're not talking about the changing of bulk electricity, which is there's a generation plant that sends 500,000 volts into the system and moves it across the state or the county. So that's one part of your answer. The second part I think people are talking about is, are we going to just be islanded to ourselves? We're going to generate our own power, distribute our own power. That is not very typical for a municipality in the nation to have, because then you're only relying on, if you have two big generators, when they go down, you don't have any power. So it's important for people to be connected to a larger grid. I think what they're speaking to is, should we stay with our current provider or should we move to another one? That's one conversation. The other conversation is, shouldn't we be generating some of our own power for our grid? And that's what you saw us talking about with our RFP for solar and battery. So it's a multi-tiered conversation. But I think the message to everyone is, we are taking advantage of every opportunity to provide the very best service for our customers. And this is a great time for us to be doing this. There's a lot of transformation in the industry. We have a very capable team, and some people would say we need to catch up, and I agree with that. And that's what you're allowing us to do with the reliability. But we also need to catch up with our investments into our battery storage and our first foray into solar, and all of those are our first steps. So we are underway. I've heard loud and clear from all of you, from our board, that we need to be as progressive and aggressive as we can, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we're not making our own grid, we're just improving our grid to be among the better ones in the country.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Now we're over time again. It's Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilman Warren, and y'all please just make it brief. And these are all great questions. Great questions. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. You said generational updates.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. I was looking at Councilman Warren.
And so that is very important. And how, with your new, I think it's you that's the young lady here that.
She's our project manager for electric.
So how are we looking? Technology is moving fast. Our AI system is moving fast. How upgraded and how are we ready? Is MLGW on the same page? We're aggressively moving very fast. And I know, but how are we looking as far as the AI system, technology, advancing, and are we ready for what is actually happening? Because our city is moving very quickly.
Sure. I will tell you that the grid modernization effort that we are underway with today makes us reliable today and ready for tomorrow. What cannot be predicted are these very large loads that are asked to be connected. But we have a process for determining that. And that is largely a function of power availability and how can it be provided to the system. And that's why we have to have a discussion with our energy provider to determine if there's enough there. I will tell you, we are as ready as any city can be today with our systems and with the team that we have. But anytime you introduce a very large load to the system, it is a challenge for everyone. No one is ready for the pace of what the demand is being requested. So the demand is far outpacing what we've planned for. So we are all stepping up our game to be as prepared as we can possibly be. So it's not a firm answer. I can't say, yep, I'm ready for everything, because no one is. We will take the challenges as they come, but we are preparing our system to be as ready as we possibly can be for tomorrow.
Okay, because it's moving very progressively.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Very progressively.
Great question, and let's
Thank
do this.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman, and let's follow up on that.
Yes.
I'm excited about that
We want to make
question
sure
and
that we
answer.
stay
Yeah.
in the ballpark so we can be competitive with for economic growth. But we want to make sure that we're ready when they come.
Yeah, so-
and like you said, with the grid, we don't want to overpower it. And I got one more. No,
So
no,
get,
I don't.
Yeah, get
I'm
with
done.
get with Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and thank you. Yeah. Y'all talk and get her what she needs, and maybe we have a presentation next committee meeting. All right, Councilman Warren, then we'll shut it down.
Mine's really quick. Just looking at the amount of power that's being asked by us from XAI, and I think the latest thing in the Daily Memphis is 40% of what's required to power Memphis is going to be and what they're asking for at this point. It looks like they're going to be pushing their own generation system, and that's going to be causing some air pollution. Can you bring us back some sort of objective data on what would happen if they actually did generate all their power using turbines, and how that would affect your air quality compared to what previous air quality was? Is that,
Well,
can
it's
y'all
not
do
really
that?
our swim lane of expertise, so we really don't have the expertise.
Where
to
will
do
we get that from?
So,
TVA?
Well, it needs to be someone who's a generation provider, and that largely depends on the person who's proposing to do that. And then the air quality would be EPA, and the local health department has some permitting controls, but the EPA largely dictates what's allowable under any particular type of
So
generation.
I guess,
Great question.
You know, one of the things that stopped that pipeline is that we had permitting that we did not allow them to proceed, and we slowed them down enough to where we were able to get the community going. I guess my question is, if this is going to cause pollution and hurt people in the future, it looks like it's the health department that is the linchpin for slowing this down so we can see what the data is before we allow it. Is that correct?
So again, now I'm just opining.
Yeah.
So I'm not the expert on that,
Okay.
Councilman, but
Thank you.
But I will
No,
tell
we'll
you-
we'll just,
And I'll
leave
answer that.
there.
I'll answer that for you. And that's a great question. And I would say let's us as a committee and as a body consider that question.
Because we're
and get
looking at, this is
people-
power
Yeah.
and XAI is power, and that's going to be affecting our grid as we go forward. Ideally, having TVA provide that power coming through our system is the way we want to do it, I would think. in long
I'll
haul.
just say this, Councilman. It is important for anyone who's a customer to be grid connected, because you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. If you want that's what we kind of see in our homes, right? Some people have a backup generator because we hadn't been reliable in the past, and I want to make sure that everything runs. If you're a business, you want to be grid connected because you want options, and you don't want to be putting all your eggs in one basket. So just as a general rule, in America, we are grid connected. We don't have a bunch, everybody doesn't have their own generator in their backyard, and FedEx doesn't have their own generator. We're all grid connected because you take advantage of the redundancy that happens across the entire system, not any one power plant that happens to be next door to you. So in
Well,
general, that's how.
It'd be one thing to
things
have
are.
generators if it was backup generators
That's
when
right.
they needed it, and something else otherwise.
Man,
Thank you,
great,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, great questions. And we're like, we can't answer these in a minute like we're doing for each one of them. So maybe we bring some of these back. Thank you, President McGowan. And I'm going to do Madam Vice Chair Walker a
Thank
favor.
you.
She has 30 seconds to ask a
Thank
question.
you. So I appreciate my colleague for referencing the EPA, because I forgot to wish everyone a happy Air Quality Awareness Week, and that is part of the EPA's National Air Quality Awareness Month. Yesterday, the focus was wildfires and smoke. Today, asthma and your health, and also Memphis. The children in Memphis have the highest asthma rate in the state. Tomorrow will be indoor air quality, and on Thursday, air, animals, and plants. And for more information, just go to the EPA.org. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You, Vice Chairwoman Walker. All right, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Solid Waste and General Service Committee order. Ms. Key, you know what to do.
Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Walker,
Just see it. Come on.
Chair Smiley.
All right, I'm here. We have items on the agenda. As I said, item number one, a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $1,614,748.91 from Global Drive W Hickory E Crumpler project number PW01129 to various projects to fund material cost increases, 20% local match TDOT grant, Winchester Perkins project number PW01025, Holmes Mill Branch to East project number PW01056, Plow Winchester, shout out to that. Finally, project number PW01109 and Malone Homes project to Shelby, project number PW01147, District 3, Superdistrict, sponsored by the administration. Request for saying, Ms. Kay, motion second. Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Green. Manny, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and council members. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we're presenting to you today is a request to transfer and appropriate funds from a project. It's Global Drive. It's from West Hickory to East Crumpler. It's a legacy project that we never really acquired the right of way to move the project forward. There's developments that's happened over there as well. And so we're no longer pursuing that project. So what we're asking for is to transfer those funds to 4 different projects listed here. And any council member that has any question in any of those specific projects.
Yeah, I just hope you make Plow Boulevard, done expeditiously. We need a lot of love in TLC over there. All right, there's no questions from me. Appears that all hearts and minds clear. All those, Councilwoman Easton Thomas, go ahead.
Turn my mic up. Okay, thank you.
turn me up. Good morning, Director. Question: How can you tell us how the various projects were selected?
Yeah, so those are actual projects that are through the Transportation Improvement Program. It's through the MPO.
Okay.
So those are grant-funded projects. Majority of them are. So these funds will be used towards either land acquisition, towards those projects, or some other phase of the project. So
Okay.
those are majority through the long-range plans.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Okay, next time enthusiastically. All right, there we go. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Usually I cut up, Thank you for joining me and Councilwoman Dr. Green. All right, item number 2. Miss Devin, who used to work for me, Norman told me to read slower, so I'm going to read slower this time. Item number 2, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in amount of $500,000 from ST Bridge Repair Project number ST03216 to North Piers Stabilization ST Project number ST03229 for construction funds to repair the Hollywood Bridge over Wolf River. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Chairman Canali, seconded by Dr. Councilwoman Green. Manny.
Yes,
Floor
sir.
is yours.
So the request for the transfer and appropriation of these funds, as you know, the Wolf River elevation changes yearly. Obviously, we had a case of rain several weeks ago that impacts the Wolf River. That impacts a lot of our bridges that's going over these rivers. So those piers, in this particular case, the Hollywood Bridge, is getting compromised, erosion happens, and we want to stabilize it. So these dollars are going to be used towards the stabilization of those piers.
Thank you, Director. You explained it so well. No one has any questions. Councilwoman Logan. Always inquisitive.
You turn me on, sir. Thank you. A few years back, you came with a list of bridges and their grades and where we were. Can you send an update to that? It was like a long list of bridges that needed to be either repaired or replaced, and then they had a grade. Can you just share with us that updated?
So you just want us to email it to us?
Mhm.
Email it to us and maybe questions. That's it. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Shout out to, we on the same page today. Brevity. Love it. Councilwoman Thomas.
I'll take it. Where exactly is the Hollywood Bridge? I'm trying to get a geographic visual.
So if you're going northbound on Hollywood, it's where Wolf River kind of hits Hollywood, and there's a bridge there.
Is it by James Road or?
No, it's
Where is
south of
it?
James Road.
It's south of James Road?
Yes.
It's right before you get to the interstate, right?
That's
It's-
correct.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's
the
before
little,
the
in the
interstate.
Okay,
curve
on
right
Hollywood
there.
before the
Yeah,
interstate. Okay.
right where the curve.
Okay, thank you. I'm
It's
just
kind of
trying
over
to
there by the
see
green
where it
belt,
is.
Greenway.
Okay, I thought this was the bridge that was over the green line. I was gonna get excited, but next time, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Easter Thomas. The Queen of North Memphis. Is that better? Nah, that's it for today. All right. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Just for the record, item 1, we are requesting for the same night minutes on that.
So item number, we already mentioned same 9 minutes for item number 1, but none for item number 2. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's better, y'all. Hearing none, it's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. With that, this committee is adjourned. See y'all next.
Good morning. It is 10:45, Tuesday, May 6th. And I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Walker, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman White, Councilman Dr. Warren,
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
President, the chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 6 items on today's agenda. We're going to begin with Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas's resolution. Item number 2, resolution to amend the FY25 Council Community Grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Easter Thomas. May I have a second, or may I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by everyone. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Warren. For the record, Dr. Easter Thomas, do you have any comments?
No, this is just standard because it needed to be moved, but I'm glad to support New Ballet Ensemble with the things they're doing.
Yeah, great organization. Without objection, we're going to add this with same night minutes downstairs on the fiscal consent if Brooke says we can do it. If not, we'll just take it on the or on the consent or fiscal consent, either one, if we can get it there. That being said, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any rights and privileges? Seeing none, this item goes down with favorable recognition for same night minutes. Item number 4 and 5. I know 4. Yeah, 4 and 5 are going to be taken together. They are reports. So item number 4, report on debt obligation for the $150 million general obligation commercial paper Series A and Series B 2024. All council districts and super districts, all council districts sponsored by the administration. We touched on this yesterday, so good stuff. And then followed by that will be a report on the debt obligation. Item number 5, a report on the debt obligation for the sanitary sewage system revenue bonds Series 2025 in the aggregate principal amount of $65,705,000 for the purposes of financing various improvements to the sewage system. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Mr. Walker, the floor is yours.
All right. Andre Walker, WCFO, 125 North Main Street. The first report, this one, is it's to inform council that we have completed the process of getting full authorization from council as well as the state to issue a new batch of $150 million commercial paper. So these are GO commercial paper, series year 2024, par amount up to $150 million. We issued over time. Interest rate is variable rate, type of sale, negotiated sale. We drew our first $25 million of commercial paper on October the 2nd of 2024. We go to the second page. Total cost of issuance was $375,000. There was no MWE participation, no local participation. And that concludes my report for that one. The next report is to advise council that we have completed the process of issuing the sanitary sewer system revenue bond series 2025, and that is this document, and it has these attachments with it. Par amount $65,705,000. The bonds have a true interest cost of 4.377%. The bonds were sold via a competitive sale. We closed the transaction April 2nd, 2025. Going to the next page, we'll see total cost of issuance of $1,065,000. And by the way, Jeffries LLC was the underwriter who submitted the winning bid for the bonds. Next, let's go to this page. It shows the details of the cost of issuance as well as MWB participation. Fees at the top, where we had an opportunity to select an MWE firm. Those fees totaled $265,000 and change. MWB participation, 64.9%. MBE participation, 64%. Local participation, 99.1%. Fees at the bottom, where we did not have an opportunity to select the MWBE firm, total $799,000 in change. In total, $1,065,000 in change in fees. MWB participation 16.2%, MBE participation 16%, local participation 24.7%. And then let's look at this last page, which has the debt service on the bonds, the annual debt service on the sewer bonds. You'll see in FY25, we got debt service of $538,000 and change due on June 1. Item number 6 is a resolution. I know you haven't read it in, but item number 6 is a resolution. All right. Yep. I wasn't aware to just now. All right, so item number 6 will be a resolution that authorizes the CFO to amend the sewer system budget for FY25 to add this interest payment that is due on June 1.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Walter, why don't you come on? Let's just take 6 then. Are there any questions on the report? I think we'll probably get at them at 6 is what it sounds like, but I'll stick with 4. If there are any questions on the commercial paper, we touched on it yesterday. It's our credit facility. All right, let's do item number 6, a resolution authorizing the chief financial officer of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget for the city's sanitary sewage system treatment and collection fund. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, sir. Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. So these bonds were issued, and Deputy Chief has spoken to them, I believe, already. And what we want to do is go ahead and start affecting payment June 1st, which is, of course, the last month of this current fiscal year. And to do that, we need to amend the budget to allow for that action to take place. So this resolution is addressing that and hopefully you'll have this before you. So that's what this is all about. I can go into more detail about the bond.
We may have to take Dr. Warren on the queue there.
Just real quick, where's that money coming from?
These are revenue bonds, so.
The $538,000 that we're paying, where is that coming out of the general fund, or is that coming out of a different fund?
No, that's coming out of the debt service fund.
Actually, it's come out of the sewer fund.
Sewer fund. I'm
Yeah, so
sorry.
he
Out
said
of the sewer fund.
Yeah, so they are revenue bonds.
It's not affecting our.
It's not going to affect our general fund, and the sewer fund, for the most part, is a healthy fund, so it won't have a negative impact
On our bond
it per
rating.
se.
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
they're not in as critical position from a fund balance perspective.
I'm gonna let you off on that one because I want to keep going, but I hear you. All right. Any other questions? Yeah, so they're revenue bonds supported by the streams of revenue from specifically that entity, like that fund. Whereas GEO is all ad valorem taxes. All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of sending this downstairs tonight with a favorable recommendation and with same 9 minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, chair is an aye. This goes down with favorable recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Good question from Dr. Warren, and we are coming up on a discussion of Ordinance 5944 related to the FY26 operating budget. I just want this to go on the record about how, just because we changed it, the state, the way that we go about the budget document template is really what I wanted Chief Person just to talk about, that it is one document. There will be one vote on the ordinance that both will fix the tax rate and set the budget. And then we have a resolution that we will instruct the treasurer to send out the tax bills. That's all right. I use that all the time. All right. Chief Person, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. Thank you, Walter Person again. So when we come before you, we typically like to have what I call a straw man model of the budget. This is actually the ordinance that was passed last year. And I know you all can't see it because the writing, I can barely see it right here. But it's a joint ordinance, and the caption essentially reads, an ordinance of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2025. What we will have, and we will have it prepared by the meeting at 4 o'clock today, is just a model that will be without any data population in it, but a framework that spells out that you will be reviewing and hopefully passing a joint ordinance for our budget and tax rate for this fiscal year. So behind it, you'll find all the financials that will be incorporated after the passage of the budget and the detailed breakouts at the division levels, and it just kind of follows through from there.
Perfect.
So this is an example of what it looks like. I only have one copy, but I can provide more if that would be helpful.
Perfect. I've got Dr. Warren in the queue, but just again to set the stage, I wanted everybody, so that when we get to the moment, if you are interested in looking at the format or the wording or even the resoluting language, this is our standard practice to kind of, like you said, it's straw man's probably a strong word, straw man document. But if you're interested, please take a look at it so that when we do get down to when the body's ready to make a vote, you feel comfortable that you understand everything that's in there. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Yes, I guess I'm going piggybacking on what you said. This is just our first reading of this ordinance that's going to be populated, and this is the way the ordinance is going to read, so we know that. So by the third reading, we'll be having the tax rate and all the data in the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Again, as we're just kicking off yesterday, we don't know what these numbers will be, but once they're solidified, then the budget team will go back and populate it, but you will have already
This will
gone
give
through
us
the
the
legal
ability to have
process.
the third reading and have it passed before the end of the year, so we'll be ready to go July 1st.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Colleagues, seeing nobody else in the queue, we will move on to our last item today.
You can.
It's just a discussion. So yeah, so it's already in process because it will be on tonight's agenda for first reading because we heard it, but we didn't have it. So I wanted chief person to come back and just get it out on the record and make sure that everybody was understanding. And if they wanted to request that document, they know where to go get it. Item number 3. This one for me, and if you're in the back, this would be a good one to come on up for as we wrap up this year's operating and CIP going into the carry forward and into the fiscal year 26. This plays significantly into that, and there are some things that will occur at as we are now in Q4, finishing the year out. A lot of contracts will get encumbered, and some things will accelerate paving. Right, we're coming out of February, all that stuff. So here we go. This is just an update, so we don't need a motion, but Q3, item number 3, quarter 3 CIP and operating updates from the Finance Division, all council districts sponsored by the Finance Division. Chief Person, good to see you back.
All right, sorry. Switch seats. Walter Person again. Let's start with the presentation that you should have on your screens or in front of you for the fiscal year 2025 Q3 year-to-date General Fund Operating Performance Report. So as we start this, I want to make sure that we have a good understanding of what we're talking about. We'll be talking about both revenue and expenditure performance, and we'll touch on some year-over-year comparisons in this document. We will talk about how Q3 is looking, and of course, we did talk a lot yesterday about how our potential budget is looking, but this will feed into that a great deal. With that, start taking a look at the numbers here for Q3. Of course, you have the adopted budget before you of 862, 592, 277. On the expenditure side, we always incorporate the encumbrance roll forward for this year, which was roughly a little over $19 million. From that, you start to see some familiar favorites here of things that we have discussed a little bit yesterday, but we'll talk about again today. There was the $5 million MATA change, FEMA reimbursement for past deployments for our EMS services, 1.8, 65 million in rental fees that we've received. 6.5 million, again, that's for street paving. That's the adjustment that we talked about. There was the accounting adjustment that you all passed to move all of those fees out of recovery in Public Works and into a transfer in. The $950,000 for Hospitality Hub is to fund work local. There was a $614,000 opioid settlement. We received revenue from Airport Authority for our fire services that we provide out there. Animal Shelter received a fairly sizable foundation gift from a benefactor. and local share revenue of roughly $85,000. The $2.9 million that was Blight and Youth Initiatives that was passed in the last budget. The sidewalk and calming devices, of course, that's the $500,000 for Director Bellini's area to provide hubs, bumps, and so forth to slow down traffic. We received $413,000 for damage that was done to Bass Pro. Breaking Barrier Success, a charitable organization, Target gave us about $4,500. Next. Revenue, again, at $713,000. It's $1 million. It's 81%. Of course, that is, as you can imagine, looking slightly ahead. That's driven in large part by local taxes at 88%. That's a front-loaded number. State taxes tracking at 80 has some component of that. But again, state taxes are slowing down a little bit. Licenses and permits, where we see there is really the net effect of the auto registration fee kind of coming in a little shorter than expectations. Fines and forfeitures, again, are tracking lower. That's where you would find a lot of our ticketing income. Charges for services tracking more or less in line with expectations. Use of money is, again, a winner for us again this year. Not quite as much, but that's the interest rates that we receive from our investments of our concentration account. Federal grants, more or less tracking in line with expectations as our intergovernmental and other revenues are tracking a little bit behind. Next slide. That's the graphical depiction of that. And moving on into Q3, and I'm not sure what that year over year. Okay, got it. So we got a 10% year over year growth for revenue. A large part of that is related to the increase in ad valorem taxes, and that's what's driving a lot of that growth. Most other areas are not growing quite as aggressively. Of course, we also see the requisite expense growth. Local taxes, 15% increase. Again, that's attributable to that. State taxes, very marginal. License fees and permits, we did see some marginal increase over year, and in part, that's due to the kick in January and February of the increased rates from the auto registration fee. Fines and forfeitures actually declined. Charges for services, marginal. Use of money, again, is still showing some strength, and we're hoping for that to continue as long as rates hold up on the short end. Federal grants, a little bit higher. Intergovernmental, a little bit higher. Mostly tracking in line with expectations. Oh, let's see. Well, other revenues includes like a lot of extraordinary or one-time revenues. So in the case of other revenues here, that $27 million reflects a one-time recovery that we received for prior year storm damage. And so we're not seeing that same revenues coming in this year. So does that make sense? Thank you for that question. Yes, sir.
Before you go to the next slide,
Okay.
Councilwoman, or Vice Chairwoman had a quick question.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Don't
With the fines, why are the fines going down? Are they not paying the fines?
You know, I can't give you a really educated explanation for that right now. Now, what I will say is in past years, they have changed kind of their adjudication of certain fines, especially around seat belts. And so that drove a lot of decline and deterioration in that revenue stream in the past. But I haven't really dug that deeply into it this year to find out why they're declining some this year.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you do that?
I will.
That sounds like a really good job for the clerk to do, court clerk on our side. Because a lot of that is there. I mean, that recap. I remember when Myron had that job, that recapture rate is low.
It is.
Yes, ma'am.
Mine is about fines and forfeitures as well. Does this include from city court as well as any collection efforts like thereafter?
Well, yes, ma'am, it does. And in terms of our collection efforts, as far as I know, we still have the same law firm that does those collections for us. And I don't know that the collection efforts are as structured as they could be.
Do you know if we are currently receiving fines from General Sessions Court that are being assessed in environmental court?
No, we are not. That's Shelby County revenue.
What about the portion that's collected for city fines?
Shelby
Is there a
County.
portion?
It goes to Shelby County. The environmental court fees and fines go to Shelby County. We assess it, but yeah, that's been a quirk of our system for my short tenure in this spot. Probably, Chairman could probably speak to it being
We're trying to work through it. It's very frustrating.
Okay. Thank you. That's awful.
Well, and I think, look, I'll go to Councilwoman Green, but I think one of the hard things too with the collections outside of just the fee structure from Shelby County, that arrangement, I think, is got to change. But we've talked about this. The collections is a dicey game for me. Yeah, it's the same thing with kind of like the license suspension. It's just digging out of that stuff is, I mean, you can put people in the hurt locker for a decade on their credit and things like that. I mean, it's just dangerous. So we just have to be very judicious. But here's what I would say is that what I would recommend is, I'm not sure, I don't think it's really my committee. We can, but I think we should get the court clerk in here at some point. I don't want to rush them in here. I want them to have the time to pull it together so that it's meaningful. We usually do it every 2 or 3 years anyway, but I think it'd be important just to kind of get a check on, hey, this is our capture rate. This is how we're doing business. This is where, I think it's probably time to probably have that. I know they're coming up in the budget hearings, but typically more meaningful discussion maybe to have it. But I think that would be important because Councilwoman White has asked a question that we touched on, then we just kind of left it alone. We probably need to get back there because there's low hanging fruit opportunities there. Councilwoman Green.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly to both of your points, to the fact that we're not collecting enough fines and that it can hurt people, is why I proposed the amnesty program last year for traffic citations, to try to incentivize people to at least pay half of their debt. Because, the report, the printout that I had from the city court clerk showed hundreds of millions of dollars since 1991 that are unpaid. So the collection effort, and at some point, like, are you going to collect on a ticket from 1992? Probably not. But if somebody wants to clear up the record, maybe they'd pay half of it. So that's the sort of thing that I think we need to continue to do, and to try to get buy-in from the clerk, because we did not have it last year when we tried to get that going. It's all passed. The ordinance is good. It's clean. Anytime the council wants to put in an amnesty, we can, and that can help us boost that number. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, let's carry on.
Slide 6 gives you a graphical depiction of what we just discussed. Slide 7 is giving you year-to-date expenditures. So with year-to-date expenditures, we're tracking at 687, 515, 577 against the annual budget of 901, 194, which is tracking ostensibly better than revenues in a sense. But the only challenge we have with expenditures is that that expenditure base is not covered by our revenue stream. So that's one of the challenges that we have relative to this exercise. Our revenues just don't cover those expenditures, but they are tracking in accordance with what we budgeted. Personnel expenses at 76% are more or less in line with the third quarter tracking. Materials and supplies are actually running a little bit lower at 67%, 134, roughly 135 against a budget of 200,303. Capital outlay is low. Grants and subsidies, which is typically front-loaded. This is where we do a lot of our grants and donations. So in grants and subsidies, we have a lot of the charitable interests we have, along with MATA and entities like that. So that's typically going to be maxed out fairly early. Inventories tracking more or less in line with our expectations. We got the expense recovery for State Street Aid, which typically comes in the fourth quarter, so that's why that's blank. Miscellaneous fees, expenses, charges, a little bit low, and it's transfer out. Quite frankly, this is something we're working through. There's an additional transaction in that space. That's why it's at 103, and we're just trying to figure out now what's going on with that. We're working internally to finance, so I'll owe you a report back on what's going on in that space.
Well, let's not move over the most important thing on there that I don't understand.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, we got this late last night or this morning, so I haven't had time to sit down with it. But what I don't understand is I see that your funding budget, which is not the council's adopted budget, and I see an $11.4 million transfer or contribution to the fund balance below the line that takes us from 889 to 901. How are you paying for that? And where is that ethereal money coming from?
Okay, so we talk about transfer to fund balance for.
Okay, hold on. Before we go down this, I want to be very clear. I gave you $1. You're trying to spend $1.50.
Right.
Okay. Where is that money coming from?
Well,
we can't. I guess my point is we cannot transfer unless I'm wrong. And I'm serious. I may be wrong here. I'm struggling having to following what we would call the statement of cash flows.
Right.
Okay. Are you telling me that you are projecting at some point to be at 901 in revenue, or that you are going to cut expenses down to meet 882, or we are dipping into the fund balance to contribute to the, I'm genuinely confused about the language of contribution to fund balance. From where? Is solid waste transferring cash? Are you giving, Scott, you giving me money? You got money over there?
Scott said, absolutely not.
Show me your pockets.
He said, I'm not here, buddy.
So, and I want to be careful because I know that we adjusted down the tax rate roughly 10, 11 million last year before we set it. But I know we made transfers because we've had these changes. But at the end of the day, like, cash is cash. All right. We got it? What's the word?
Okay, so make sure the mic's still hot. When we did our budget, and let me go back to a document that I was kind of brandishing earlier today. Okay, I don't have it, but essentially when we passed the adopted budget, we passed the adopted budget with a plan to contribute $10 million to fund balance.
I remember, and I remember rah-rahing.
And of course that didn't happen.
Right.
And then we had an additional $700,000 to assign fund balance. And 497, almost 498,000.
But those are, yes, those are negligible numbers. Please, we're talking about a $1 billion budget. We're not talking about $100,000 line items.
Right, but that's what made up the 11 million that you were asking about. The 11,367, 639.
Mr. Chair, point of information, that's
Yes, sir.
coming from multiple small lines of $100,000.
Well, there's one big one, which is the contribution to
But
fund
guys,
balance.
stay very high level here. I'm going to say this one more time, and again, maybe it's me. Could be. This is why I like to get documents before the night before.
Understood.
I understand we're also in budget season, so we just got a lot going on. And then, so I'm not going to belabor the point, and maybe we'll just talk about it offline and we can bring it back so we can keep the day moving. But I'm just going to say this again, and it's just simple math. If I sell $25 million worth of cheeseburgers, and I've got $30 million worth of expenses, I don't get to tell my bank I'm putting an extra $5 million into the savings account that year. I'm
True.
$5 million in the hole.
Understood.
What I am trying to understand is when I look at your overall revenues, you don't have cash to transfer to your savings account. So I understand right now what I would tell you is it looks like an accounting play, and maybe I'm not following the cash flows. So I'm not gonna belabor the point so that we can keep the day moving and we can sit down, because again, I mean, I'm literally trying to understand it. I just don't get it. But I don't want to hold us up. But I'm gonna watch that funding budget number as we are coming into the end of the year, because I think the other thing, and just to be clear, Chief Person and I have spoken about this, and the mayor and Chief Adams and the senior team is aware. We have a revenue coming in on projected revenue budget that we are paying very close attention to, but we need to be paying very close attention to our expenses in the last 60 days of this fiscal year. And I think that I keep saying the word sacred cow is the nicest way of saying, if we miss on both sides of the equation, it is going to compact as we said yesterday, a very serious issue. So I'm going to move us on, but you and I got to sit down probably today. I just want to make sure that I understand it.
Well, no, we can actually talk about it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Well,
as soon
I
as you
got it.
can, yeah.
All right. I want to get it. Unless there's another member right now that wants to get in. Okay. Yeah, Councilwoman Logan. Please on the microphone.
So are you saying, because I don't want us to just pass over it, are you saying y'all are going to meet and then we'll look at, so are you looking at the fact that the expenditures are 900 million and the revenue is 800 million?
So there's, yes, ma'am.
And how are you going to put money in the bank when
we don't have it?
Right.
So are you saying that is this a misprint? Because I know y'all were looking at that page, finding it, and we don't see it on here.
No, it's not a misprint. It's a structural imbalance. Is what it is.
So so this is another way to say it. Correct me now. Seriously, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I don't want to screw this one up. When we get to the end of the year, we will have to make a budget adjustment like we did last year in all likelihood. I appreciate the CFO getting this information out now instead of in late June. So for what that's worth, I do appreciate that. Like I genuinely appreciate you giving us this info. I have to go back and look. That's what I want to say. We approved, but I know that yes, the CFO was very clear that he wanted to get more cash back into the fund balance to give our underwriters and the comptroller an indication that we take our financial health and liquidity very seriously. Because we are off on revenues for the year, likely to be off on revenues for the year, we have a top line compression, meaning we're not going to have as much money to pay bills. What is exacerbating that is everything from tariffs to cost uncertainty to overtime to, everything under the sun that could be negatively impacting the budget that is outside of our control is happening. So we've got to figure out how to control inside. The problem is that we've got 60 days to figure that out, and that's a very hard thing to turn a super tanker that quickly. And so, Councilwoman, to your point, yes, I would like the opportunity, in order to keep our day moving along, to sit down with the senior team, understand that, and then we can come back probably tomorrow or sometime that is appropriate for everybody's mental well-being and go back over this. We are not going to glance over this.
Right,
this is significant.
Okay. So am I understanding the money putting into the fund is what's making, it's going to make us short, or is it the lack of revenue making us short? And
It's the lack of revenue, ma'am. So essentially what happens to make our accounting systems operate is we have to have the appearance of revenue to allow for the expenses to process. I use the term appearance because, in effect, this revenue is revenue that we had planned on, but for a lot of reasons, some of which we enumerated yesterday, some of which we've talked about over the course of the year, a lot of this revenue has not manifested.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sure y'all gonna get together because we got to cut some spending then, looks like, for the rest of the.
And that's what we talked about with the budget shortfalls, and we talked about overtime restrictions, we talked about hiring freezes. There probably need to be more steps. You know, we talked a lot yesterday about even benchmarking against other cities. It was not really to be ugly as much as it is to say, this is how dire the situation is for a lot of different municipalities.
Because you say it so calmly that we're like, yesterday it didn't, y'all said it wasn't dire, it was serious. And I was like, how close are they? So yesterday I was very.
Well, I'll put it this way. I mean, are we ready to close up shop? No. But we have serious structural imbalances. And I think that's the challenge. With $91 million of fund balance, we're not dead. But again, I think I spoke of even being on the New Madrid fault line yesterday. I spoke of other issues. That's the way the state looks at it. That's the way I look at it. Can we withstand a shock? Can we withstand another COVID-19 event? Can we withstand another? And without federal help, likely not, unless we can build fund balance.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green.
Yeah, I appreciate you highlighting this because it is clearly a big issue, a New Madrid fault issue. I have a lot of questions in general before we move on to, I know you have some stuff broken down by divisions, so I wanted to do the big picture, which is, you know, it seems that we're off in our calculations and our budgeting across the board, and especially in revenue generation, whether it is sales tax or fines and fees or, you know, it just, we're off. And some things probably are going to continue to be off, like federal grants, I assume, is going to be more volatile than we are able to properly project. But we've really got to tighten up our projections. I know every budget is wrong as soon as it's passed, but it feels like we are massively off. And it matters to me because when the administration comes and says, we have $30 million to buy a hotel, and I look now and we have 11 million that we're going to have to find, I don't know, from the ether. Like, I don't know where this is going to come from. And that's just to keep services at exactly the level we have them and hire nobody, you know? I don't understand how we're so off on our projections across the board. I get what happened with the clerk. That was a $10 million error. That could take care of most of this. But we have to do better in the other areas to make sure if something like that happens, that when MATA comes and says we have an absolute emergency, and if that's our sacred cow and we want public transportation and they need a $5 million infusion, we can do it. And do it with confidence that we have projected our budget carefully. I know there's some macro issues. We talked about them a little bit yesterday, but it makes my confidence in our budgeting hard to believe in, if that makes sense, because I'm always trying to find revenues, you know, because I am so concerned about our expenditures and us not being able to cover them. And this is just proof of that.
Well, I'd beg to question that, actually, Councilwoman, with all due respect. I don't think our revenue projections are that far off. If you look at our ad valorem and you look at it at a macro level, we weren't extremely far off on ad valorem, which is our basis for most of our revenue streams. Sales taxes, we spoke at length about that yesterday. The state is seeing an overall downturn in sales taxes, so that challenged us. I think you saw some, of course, $10 million miss with auto registration fee, which we've already enumerated, but we've also talked about issues related to charges. So we've got record and tow fees. That was a solid miss due to a contractual issue. We were promised expense savings on the back end, but due to inflationary pressure, we lost that. So you talk about miscellaneous auctions, $4 million. Complete with, yes. Why? Because we have a contractual arrangement that obviated or removed all of those revenue streams. So I kind of beg to question with the idea of them being wildly off.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no,
I
would imagine that even in the
buffer.
county, there are no perfect budgets. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're good, but they're probably not perfect.
No, they're wrong as soon as they're passed.
Okay.
It's just like, you know, like with your household budget, right? Like you
Right.
plan for something and then you blow a tire and then you're not going out to dinner for the next month and a half. I get it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate that, but it feels like we need a better buffer because as Councilman Carlisle has said, we're so close on both sides that a miss right now is going to be dire.
And I agree, and that's why I spent the time yesterday. It was probably 39 slides and over an hour of your life that you'll never get back, talking about some of the challenges that we face. And so that's what I'm kind of enumerating again, is that it's real now. It's hitting us in 25, which is why we have budget shortfall plans then that lead into 26. We're well aware of it. We're really trying to address it, but I don't think we've been talking about the revenue gap since at the very least November, December timeframe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other piece is the expenditures, like.
Yeah, so I'll lay in on that one. So I've been like dancing around it. I'll say it very directly. I think everyone is waiting for this. If we can just make it this one more, I mean, even the prior administration, if we can just make it to 27, make it to 27, make it to 27. If the idea is to make it to 27, and then you think we're going to inject this massive amount of capital back in, that's somewhat possible, but not if we do not rein in spending. And I know that's. I'm going to say this again. You find your sacred cows. If your sacred cows are no layoffs, fine. If it's no layoffs, salaries, fine. If it's don't touch public safety, fine. If it's grants, fine. But I'm telling you, from where I'm sitting in my business experience, we cannot continue business as usual going forward for the next 24 to 36 months, full stop. And that is going to be one of the most challenging things we do, not only because of the city's internal balance sheet and appropriation statements, and I forget what we call our income statement, but our three main financial documents, but the macro environment is there. And I actually, by the way, I suggested that Walter talk about what other cities were going through, not as a don't look at us, but it is a real problem. We unfortunately just are not sitting in a place where we've got tourism like Chicago or, convention business like Chicago. So we just have got to be very judicious as the body and figure out what is very important. Now, that may mean some very uncomfortable conversations over the next few weeks. I got it. But we've got to be very, very careful. And I'll say this again, I'll move us on. I am very appreciative for how everybody came in yesterday ready to go. Questions were good. People were dialed in. Administration was great. If we have a budget season like that, I think we can come to even if it's agree to disagree on a few items, I think that we can come to a budget that will work for the administration, for the council, and for the city. But the idea, I guess this is what I'll say, the idea that it's going to be just okay if we do, $500,000 to this organization and $2 million to that organization, or we throw a toss to somebody, we just don't have that time anymore. Like, we don't have the savings account for it. So I'll get off my soapbox, but I just cannot reiterate that enough. It doesn't mean the city is in bad shape. It doesn't mean we're sinking like the Titanic. It just means we have to be very judicious going forward.
I think that's
off the soapbox. Sorry about that. Or there, Councilwoman Green, I kind of cut you off, and I'm sorry about that. Okay, let's do this on CIP in the interest of time because it's much broader and bigger. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Councilwoman East Thomas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've got till 11:30. I just knew that starting CIP may take us well late.
And this won't be I don't explain a full in-depth answer or response, but I'm just over here re-looking at the presentation you provided with our chair, and just, I guess, I don't know what adjective to use, but I'm stuck on slide with overtime. What, as I said, I don't expect you a full, I think it's 10.
Okay.
10 or 11. Yeah. No,
Thank
go
you.
back. Oh, yeah. That's it. We need a plan. We got to get this together, because unless it's like a fully great explanation that verifies every penny of that $54 million that we allocate for overtime. Now, like I said, it's baffling. So I understand, some things may be because of staffing, some things may be said because of whatever, insert reason here. But if we're accounting for $54 million of overtime, that either means HR isn't doing something right in setting salaries, chief and directors aren't doing something right on how they're putting folks on schedule and the work that they're asking for. Like, there are some steps we're missing if we're doing almost $55 million of overtime. And that's not even targeting or outlining any certain division, but just simply thinking on the career of education. Any teacher you've ever known, spending a whole lot of hours, very comparable to a lot of public service things on here, never one nickel of overtime, which is wrong, right? I think, right? They should be compensated more. However,
Disagree.
55 million bucks is crazy. So, and there are a lot of divisions on there. So it's not just police, fire, general services, but what are the gaps that we need to bridge to really have a robust conversation, probably before the end of this budget season, on how we're gonna fix this, because we can't keep doing that. Like that's something's off. Something's off. And if we also have a culture set of city employees that know that they can, get this, is that something that we need to turn over into an incentive? Is that a salary adjustment? How are folks' bonuses working? How are they accruing time? Like where are all these things? Not so that we're doing things to make people not want to be here and do their jobs, but we just want to be efficient and good stewards of every single penny that we have here or that we don't have per this conversation. But 50, we got to talk, and I don't expect anything right now, Walter. I'm just sitting over here, just really baffled about that's a wild number.
No, and Doctor, I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm just going to say I agree with you. This is a source of consternation for me, and it's been a source of consternation for me for a long time. A lot of the overtime comes from areas where we have MOUs. Those MOUs have different structures in them. So when we get an estimate, say, of overtime, then you start looking at incentives. Then you start to look at certain, I would say, in certain divisions, people can pretty much get an overtime for anything at all. An example would be a person may be on vacation and another person is out in that division. If that second person comes in off of vacation or off of paid leave, they get overtime from the time they leave the house through the entire day. It's just divisions that work like that, and these are MOU issues. Those are structural issues.
So maybe, we won't mess with folks' MOUs. Labor is important.
Issues in there
but maybe
too.
that's a bigger conversation about the other money we have in general fund for these divisions.
It's a very broad and deep conversation, and it weighs in, and it deals with other issues that are kind of third rail issues around our labor agreements. It deals with the culture issue too. There's a culture where in certain divisions there is an expectation of overtime, and I think that to operate effectively, sometimes it's allowed. I'm not saying that it's right, but it's
I
very
think we
deep.
need to have a deep conversation like this budget season. Like, I don't think we should go beyond this budget season without having that conversation. And it's not just on you. There are directors that also need to be present to help us understand and where can we all be flexible and reach some sort of compromise, because there are also some things in CIP and in general fund that maybe are not in MOUs that could be decreased or moved that would allow for this to happen, because we do want to make sure that we're upholding the standards that labor gives us and that we're respecting the impasse situations and all of that. So we want to make sure we're doing that. But I don't think there's any excuse for us really not seeing how we can balance how we utilize money within divisions. If we need to make sure we do this, then that means that something else needs to go somewhere else. And I think we need to have that conversation with not just you at the helm, but with the folks who are running these divisions here within this budget season. Like, we can't end this budget season without talking about this stuff.
Understood.
Thank you,
Yes,
Councilwoman.
ma'am.
I agree with everything you said. I made a joke to Council Smiley. I was like, I think overtime's been a problem since Dick Hackett was the mayor. And if memory serves me, the MOUs are solely under the purview of the administration. So feel free to take a red pen to those things. I agree. Labor should be protected, but it should be a bilateral agreement. And I think the rub always comes into the economic, non-economic items, but I'll save that for that day. But man, that problem has been persistent. I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Green, Logan, Swearingen, Washington. So Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to withdraw my question because Dr. Isler Michaels has stressed on something I don't want to be repetitive. that we're just gonna really have to focus on this. So thank you. I yield my time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Councilwoman Green.
Yeah, I've had this conversation because with Chief Sweat and Chief Davis in particular, because you can see that out of the 52 million, they make up 49 of it. Yeah. So, and one of the things that is a driver of this is our special events. And we have talked about changing specifically the language and what we do around that. I'm going to give you one example. We all love St. Jude. We all support St. Jude. We want St. Jude to continue to do amazing things and raise hundreds of millions of dollars and, you know, go out of business because they've cured childhood cancer, right? Their last marathon weekend, they raised $16 million. I asked Chief Davis if they had received a check from St. Jude for compensation for all of the police and the fire that were part of that weekend. She said, yes, we just got one. I said, how much was it for? She said, $1,200. In other cities, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. When you apply for a special event, or if you are an NBA team or a collegiate football team, you enter into an agreement and they estimate what it is going to cost in overtime to actually staff that event. And if you want to have that event and have your permit, you pay for that overtime up front. So I understand, you know, we think about the big things. There are a million little 5Ks that are run across this city. And we don't get any money for those, but we are working overtime and the city is paying for them. So I think there is a way to generate revenues. Like we just had the conversation, we need to be generating other revenues while we look at this problem of overtime and have the people who are using these services. It's much like my blight remedial fee, right? You continue to have me come out and pick up your tires and mow your grass and get rid of the stuff that's dumpy in your lawn or put out the meth lab that catches on fire because you're abandoned property. You cannot continue to use our city services and not pay for them. So it is going to be a huge cultural shift for the people who come and visit the city and the big vendors that we work with. But it is so incredibly disproportionate at the moment. And the taxpayers are bearing that burden. And we know that the majority of taxpayers in Memphis, while we are always the most generous, we are also impoverished, right? And so is it fair to ask our, you know, majority, minority, living in poverty families to support paying for overtime for massive events? I don't think so. I think we need to look at that, and I think that's one way to help with this imbalance. It's not only about, you know, because if you are the fire chief or the police chief, what are you going to do? Not send out your personnel to block off the streets on St. Jude weekend? You're absolutely going to have to keep everybody safe, right? So they have a push and pull too. But the imbalance in what that's costing us versus what we're getting back is so terrible right now that we have got to change it. And I think this is the year to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, I got a little, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Really quick.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Chief Person, if we're going by calculations on here, and this is year to date for quarter 3, so we still have 1 quarter left.
Yes, ma'am.
What's gonna be our total in the red once we're done? Because it says we budgeted for 54.8, we're at 52.8, and we got 1 quarter left. How much? Just to put this in perspective before we get off this subject, how much are we going to be in the hole on overtime, over budgeted for this fiscal year 25?
Well, and that's a solid question. I can't give you an exact number, but I'll just kind of walk through and show you how I would approach that question. So fire and police, which make up the bulk, as has been pointed out, of the challenge, I would say that we have an outside chance of fire coming in maybe 2 to 3% over budget for the quarter. Fire may be higher than that, but I know that they are putting in certain restrictive measures. Police, actually, if you think back to the first quarter of this year, police was at 55% of their budget allotment at the first quarter. And Councilwoman Green is well aware of it because I know she made mention of it. And so the fact is, police, there's no way on this green earth that they're going to come in
So
on
we're
target.
probably looking at a couple
We're
million
probably
dollars.
looking at least $7 to $8 million possibly.
7 million,
Because we're getting
$8 million
into their busy season.
over.
Yes, ma'am. Because
what's
we're getting into
budgeted.
their busy season. When spring and summer comes, that's the busy season for law enforcement and also with EMS. But the EMS has a little room to run, and they can scale a little bit differently. But with that being said, that alone would say that you're probably going to be anywhere 10, possibly 12 million over.
And so if we're possibly 10 or 12 million over just with overtime, y'all hearing this? Just making sure. Okay. So where is it 10 to 12 million going to come from?
Fund balance,
And how much did we put in our fund balance this year?
0.
And we're hoping to put how much in next year?
Well, if we make the changes that we're trying to make, 7.9.
So we wouldn't even put
We wouldn't put in
in our
enough to
fund
make,
balance as
make
much
our
as we
ground
just
up.
paid over. So we gotta have this conversation.
Yes,
We gotta
ma'am.
have this conversation.
Absolutely.
This budget season.
Sacred cows. Very good line of questioning. Councilman Ford Sr., the floor is yours, sir. Good morning.
I got two questions. I didn't have but one. The first one was, you mentioned the name, Dick Hackett. Thank him. He took everything down across to the state line, okay? It was him. We let a lot of people go right that way. He's not the only one. I can call out quite a few different names, okay, that made South Haven all the way to Coldwater, Mississippi. And I don't care if you start at 61 Highway and go all the way to Hacks Cross. Go there. That's our revenues, okay? They come up here and work, and then they go right back down. But thanks to him, he did that for us, okay? And a few other people that end up leaving always take our funds and revenues away. Now, back to you. You said money coming from where?
Fund balance.
Okay. If you take it from fund balance, what about our ratings?
I think when we get ready to go to market for our next GEO bond offering, it is probably a very high probability that they will view that very unfavorably, which means that they could decline.
Okay. I'm gonna say one thing, and I want y'all to start thinking about it, okay? These are crucial times, and I don't mind calling his name out, Trump, okay? He's cutting everything. He don't care about nobody but himself. Everything is going up. People's groceries going up, and next month, when you go to the grocery store, won't be nothing on the shelf, okay? It's not that it's not there. That's how they operate, okay? Don't put nothing there. Just put a little bit out every day. They play a game, okay? We got to be serious. We got to find out where we're going to get some funds. You hear me, Chief, over there? Don't mess up this year, y'all. Please don't. Funds are there to keep our rating correct.
Yes, sir.
And we can do a lot of different things if everybody cooperate. But now, if you don't want to cooperate, you know, I'm going to retire and I'm going to leave this mess to y'all. I'm serious today. I'm very serious. Very, very serious, okay? If you don't believe me, you will find out. But I'm asking everybody to put their head. I was across the street yesterday, and them the dumbest people I ever seen in my life across the street. I'm just being honest. You were there? I was there. Yeah. You know.
No problem.
They are a commission that has more power than this council.
Come on here.
Okay? That has power. And they let a fool upstairs try to change it and make them look real stupid. And they look real stupid yesterday. Real stupid. All 12 of them. Okay? 12 of them. that they learned their lesson yesterday. So they tried to put their brains back in their head. I had to let them know they had power. Jesus. You know, but they didn't think they had it. Okay? That's why I said, don't let us look stupid. Okay? We don't need to. We need to show them across the street what we do. Because everything that they do across the street, they ask about over here, and they refuse to do it. Okay? So I didn't really want to say anything, but it's there if y'all want. But if you don't, I'm fine with it. Maybe I might need to move to South Haven. But I'm just being honest.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Let's not lose what, and especially unfavorable is not good. That means we won't be able to do anything too much because they're not going to give. Am I telling the truth over here? Hey,
Yes,
young
sir.
man right here.
You're telling.
Am I telling you the truth? Yes, you are. Okay? But right now we doing good. We can kind of do what we need to do. And we look pretty good. Okay? But let's not let it come to an end. Okay? I'm not going to say anything else. I'm just.
Thank you, Councilman.
I know where it is.
Yes, sir. Councilman Warren, Councilman Logan, very brief, please, and very succinct responses, please.
It's on. I tried to pay for it in advance, and there's not a mechanism there. So I think Councilwoman East Thomas onto something is one of the things we could do, because if most of this overtime is actually due to special events, then we need to come up with a way that as a council, if it's by ordinance or whatever, that we start charging people, and we can do 50% of the cost to start off with, to make it to where we're not making it bad for our groups that are doing it. But we need to be able to recoup that money, and we need to do it in advance. Because most of that overtime is actually, police are out there working. It's not like they're not doing anything and just collecting money. So it's the fire. I mean, you know, we don't have enough people to man the amount of hours we have. So therefore, the ones that we have to work more to man what we've got going on. So it's not like they're just getting overtime. It's we've got those things that need to be covered. We just don't have the people to do it without paying overtime. So it's complicated, but it'd be nice to figure out how we can charge for that and how we get people to pay in advance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. So yes, so what I would say is I'm sure there is an existing ordinance. I don't know that. We need to check with that. And here's what I would ask of the body, and I'm going to go to Councilwoman Walker to finish this out. If you would like or intend to, as a member, bring any funding resolution or appropriations resolution or reappropriation resolution for fiscal year 25, that business is open today, the 22nd through the end of the year. I would tell you the sooner the better, especially for Chief Person and his team. If it's for FY26, we can continue to take that up in budget season. So it's kind of like, this is a little bit of because they're going to run across each other because you're trying to fix a policy issue for the go forward and fix the fiscal year. And I'm just trying to work, I'm processing out loud if you can't hear, how to work that through so we can facilitate it in a smooth way. But I hear the imminent, and I hear we want to change some of the ways we're doing that. And I also just want to make sure that I don't say that we have that mechanism without talking to Attorney Wade. But those are all very good points. And let me go to Councilwoman Walker, and then I'm going to get Councilwoman Logan, and then I've got to close the floor. I'm going to make one comment after that about the CIP so I can get us moving, and then we'll come back to the CIP at another date and time. Councilwoman Walker, thank you for being so patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate this current dialogue as it's relating to the overtime and possibly charging MPD for their presence. So if we move forward with this in an official capacity, I would like for us to also consider how they will consider who they choose to staff. Because once again, as I mentioned last year, the Hickory Hill Christmas Parade had to cancel in 2023 because there was no police coverage available due to the St. Jude event.
Thank you, and I yield the floor.
That breaks my heart to hear that. Thank you, Councilman Walker. Councilwoman Logan, take us home.
I just kind of wanted to say, as we look at that, because I'm sure we have to, and first of all, thank you, Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, for amplifying this. We've talked about it, but really just amplifying it is what we need. And because I hear you saying you feel the same way. So, and then I heard Dr. Warren say that we don't have enough people. Well, my question is, when we were doing the round robins and you asked questions of the division directors in regard to that or say, well, maybe you could do it this way, it's almost as though there's a resistance when it comes to that. So in terms of us working together, I really hope that as we approach this, we can work together on how we can do this. Because, for instance, with fire, I asked how many, for the data, how many of the calls are for actual fires? Because we're sending a fire truck with 7 men or women on the truck, and it could be a cat in a tree. So if to me, some things are just simple. And if you know that through the data that the majority of your calls are not for fires, but you want to buy more fire trucks, why don't you buy more ambulances and you have less people and you can have the same trained people? Things like that, talking through it. If I'm looking at it through naivety, let me know that. But otherwise, it's got to make sense. So things like that is not necessarily that we don't have enough people. Sometimes it's the structure, the way we have things structured. So even looking at that is a must. And we only have, 60 days, however many days. We have to look at those things. And sometimes when you're busy doing it, you may not be able to see the forest for the trees, but we're all a team. We may see some things based on our use of it that could assist, based on our seat could assist. So hopefully we'll all approach this in a way that we are trying to save the health, the name, the credit, the credibility, and the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. All great comments. It's just time to start digging in. So I want to make one comment. If everyone, when you get time, I think the slide for me today that I want you to look at and reflect on, then you can go to the back and start finding projects that are in your districts or important to you. But I think my challenge, and we can talk about it later, I don't want to say this and then mic drop and not allow the administration time, so we will get into it. But in preparation, I think the thing that I see is that we issued $94.5 million, basically, $90.44 million worth of GEO bonds last year. To date, we have only spent or encumbered $28.2 million of that, which is roughly 30% of the entirety of the bond issuance. We have to execute faster. And I know I'm preaching to the choir on both sides here, but those are the things that people see when we talk potholes, when we talk intersections, when we talk speed humps, when we talk new cars for police, those things. So I don't want, because we're in the middle of a very important budget season, I don't want to spend a bunch of busy work, but I'm going to go through myself, and I'm sure other members will, but I will probably be sending an email. I want to hear from certain directors once I have a chance to go through it and understand where we are in executing this stuff. Because in addition to the fact that we're already talking about the financial constraints we're in, the very least we could do once we get this money approved is go spend it and use it and get it out there, right? That was the beauty of Accelerate, is all the things that we were trying to hit hard. So we just have got to get back to that kind of cadence. And I know we are. Again, I know some of that's transitioning, but 30%, and we're here in May. It's tough. So I'm gonna close this out for today on CIP just because we're running out of time. I'm gonna get with you. We've got to go. I've been asked, council members, if you're in the back or at the dais, I've been asked to request your presence immediately. Oh, you need 5? Oh, yeah. We need everyone to go downstairs for 5 minutes. We have a new audio-visual computer system for the main meeting, and we need to go down and learn how to use it. It's going to take 5 minutes is what the chairman told me. So don't go that way. Go right out that door. I'm going to do it too. All right. Again, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the administration. Great questions, great commentary.
The May 6th of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Walker. Councilman Ford Sr. Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Chair Swearingen Washington.
All right, we're going to start with item number 2 today, which is Z24009, rezoning of 23 acres from R8 to CMU 3 off Mount Moriah, extended. Staff and Land Use Control Board recommended rejection for this. We're ready to hear the information about it. If you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed. Let the record show that Councilman Smiley has joined us.
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. Chloe Christian, 125 North Main, with DPD. I'll be presenting this case, number Z 2024-0099. The applicant is here with us today, Mr. Prentice Mitchell. This is located at 0 Mount Moriah Road, directly north of Kirby Terrace Drive. And the request is to rezone over 22 acres from various zoning districts to commercial mixed use 3.
Stop for a second. Can I get a motion in a second? It's been moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. So here's a location map of the subject property. It's located southwest of Bill Morris Parkway on Mount Moriah Road Extended. It's in Council District 2 and Super District 9. We sent out 190 public notices on December 17th, 2024, and we did receive 2 letters of opposition from residents of the neighborhood to the south. The image to the right shows the current zoning map of the property. The subject property is highlighted in yellow. It's currently zoned various zoning districts, predominantly residential zoning districts and conservation agriculture. And you can see in the land use map to the right-hand side, the yellow to the south indicates single-family residences near the subject property. Here are some photos of the subject property here. And this is the plot plan provided by the applicant of the portion which is proposed to be rezoned to commercial mixed use 3. So ultimately, staff disagrees that the review criteria as set out in subsection 9.75B of the UDC have been met, specifically the sections that are indicated in bold on the screen here. I'll walk through how the proposal is not consistent with the comprehensive plan or compatible with the present zoning, and the availability of adequate road services and drainage facilities are not currently present. So as I mentioned, the request is not consistent with the goals of the 3.0 comprehensive plan. The designation from that plan is open spaces and natural features, which essentially would mean that the property would remain as is. There is a creek located nearby, which also lends itself to being this designation for the 3.0 plan. This shows the property's location within a floodway, and it's also located in Resiliency Zone 4 of the OSR Resiliency Zone Analysis, which basically means that this property is highly susceptible to flooding and earthquakes and other natural disasters. Additionally, the district intent statement of the UDC for this proposed zoning district would require that there are direct access to arterial streets. However, this site currently is landlocked. There's no direct access to any road currently, and most recent conversations with the applicant indicate that there is no intention to create access. And additionally, the site was previously used as a borrow pit for the construction of Nankana Parkway to the north. We found this aerial from 1996, which shows the subject property being used as a borrow pit. And so with its location in the floodplain and the Zone 4 resiliency zone, development at this site could propose some risks environmentally as well. So in conclusion, DPD and the LUCB both recommended rejection for this case due to the reasons listed on your screen. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record show that Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman White, and Councilwoman Green have joined us. Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to make a quasi-disclosure. We used to own building, had an investment in Building G, which is what it's referred to, which is the far east building in the Lenox Park, which is the office park next to the subject site. I still have an interest, a small, very, very small interest in buildings A and B, which are adjacent to the west. There's two pods basically. So I'm not the adjacent investor, but I do want to make that disclosure before I make these comments, because it doesn't bias my position. I'm very passive in it. It's very small, but I do want to be very transparent about that. My question is, I understand everything that you guys are saying about the history of the site, et cetera. What I'm trying to understand from having been over there and what's going on, I mean, I don't know if you're aware, but half those buildings just went into foreclosure and are being auctioned for less than $2.5 million if they're lucky. And so what is the plan if it's not developed, whether it's residential or CMU? I mean, are you just saying you prefer to have undeveloped interstate freeway property as like a permanent flood zone? I know it sounds kind of like a cheeky way, but I mean, I'm somewhat serious. Like, I hear the May piece of it on flooding, but like there are engineering aspects for them to build detention. I mean, there's all sorts of things they can do to mitigate your concerns. So if we could take it from maybe a high level perspective of just straight land use, you are literally on 385 on what was built as the information corridor to over 500,000 square feet of office space near, if you back out just behind that neighborhood, every building, because that's where, that's the edge of 9, like goes right down to 9 Arnold is the edge of Super 9, and then you pick up 8. And is it your district? Do I pick you up? I think I pick you up. I pick 2 up. My point is this. Let me just get back to it. I recognize how it was developed and when it was developed by Nick Clark. I am curious, as it's been driven as a major retail and office corridor in support of what was the information highway, and you've seen some stagnation in those retail corridors, why, from a use standpoint, you can't foresee mixed use or CMU3 to provide the flexibility in what has been very difficult property to be developed, impede that opportunity when you know ultimately they're likely to come back for whatever they're going to need anyway from a zoning perspective. Hotel needs a special use permit. Multifamily is going to need a density study. I mean, so my point is ultimately by rezoning it, we're not giving away the farm to them, and you're saying that it doesn't meet the land use. And I guess that's what I'm trying to understand is land use first, and then we can, all the construction things, noise, light bleed, water, that's the administration's job. So let's just stick with land use right now and help me understand a little bit about that compatibility.
Ragsdale, DPD. Thank you for the questions, Councilman. I think some of our concerns relate to the access to it. Right now, there's so much uncertainty with the rezoning. As we know, it's CMU3, which is the highest level of commercial. Right now, there's no access to the site. So all of those unknowns are what gives us some concern. So not to say that there couldn't be a proposal that would be a valid use dealing with the floodway and those kind of issues, but I think that those concerns just on top of each other led us to recommend the rejection.
Fair, but isn't it, I don't want to say your job, but are we not supposed to be, as a local government agency, a creative solutions-driven group for economic development? Meaning, I recognize your concerns, and they're very valid. Not having access to a site, tough. Now, obviously, they'll get if he could demand prescriptive access, right? I mean, you have to be able to have access to a site by law, right? Right? Prescriptive access, prescriptive easements. Yes? Okay. So really, again, I just go back to the use. I hear you, but how would I start to invest in those things as the developer if I'm never even gonna get to the zoning? It's kind of like cart horse. So what are you really asking him? or I'll say the applicant or the appellant to do in order to demonstrate these things. I mean, you can't say, well, please go spend $1 million and study all this stuff, and then maybe we'll come back and think about it. When, I just go back to the use. I mean, is it the use because it's not compatible because of the area, or is it the use because you're concerned about access, water, and engineering? Or is it both? If it's both, then you got to start chopping wood on them. I find it hard to believe that commercial mixed use on 385, abutting a major office development next to two huge retail hubs out of Riverdale and Winchester and Hacks Cross, are incompatible with commercial mixed use, even though there is a residential area there. But again, I concede and recognize the engineering issues, but that's part of their approval process once you determine land use. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'll yield the floor, but I'd like to see this area develop. I understand because it's just been sitting there for so long, and I think I'm proud to see somebody wants to take it on anyway. I yield the floor on that.
I feel the same way. We have land that's available. We're trying to generate income. It's not a gas station. It would be great to be able to utilize this. All right, Councilwoman Green, you're in the queue.
Thanks. This is actually in my district, and I have met with the applicant, and I have some questions, and I think they're going to answer them today. I want to say what my perspective is before they speak, but I respect that the staff takes a lot of time in this, and the Land Use Control Board takes a lot of time in this, and they both rejected it, and the only people who reached out from the community also voiced their rejection. And I want to go back to the environmental concern. And on this map, if you look, so the top portion, that's, asphalt concrete. Down at the bottom in the red, asphalt concrete. In the green, those are my constituents' houses. And if we turn this into something with some more asphalt and concrete and we don't have drainage, and I don't know whether it's going to be a billboard, which I'd rather not see any more of, or if it's going to be a storage facility, which I don't want to see any more of. I know we all have the things in our communities. It might not be a gas station. It might not be a chicken store. But I'm telling you right now, there are things on there that I don't want. And if you put a solid slab of asphalt up there, we all just lived through some crazy flooding. You look at that map and you tell me where it's going. It's going into my constituents' houses. And so there might be things they could put in, there might not. But I'm going to listen to the Land Use Control Board and to the staff and to my constituents about their concerns about flooding, because I think they are real. I just watched it happen in real time a couple of weeks ago. And on top of that, there is no access to this without going through this neighborhood. So, I know there's a process of where we contact people. People have lives. They don't always. Two people took the time to write a letter and say, please don't do this. And while I encourage development and I want to see Hickory Hill develop, I would like for you to buy one of these other places that are up for foreclosure and work where we already have space for you to work. I think we have to take environmental concerns very seriously, especially as we continue to experience global warming. We cannot think that we are not going to have flash flooding over and over again in serious storms. So I know that they reached out to somebody to talk to the drainage and they were going to bring it forth today. I'm happy to hear it, but that's where I stand right now, because the experts and my constituents said no because they are worried about their homes flooding.
Dr. Warren?
Yes. Could we have a presentation from the proposals, so then we can ask them questions? But when I read this, I sort of looked at, why are we building in a floodplain, just looking at it? So I just would like to know what they've got to say about that.
We'll hear a proposal at this time. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dedrick Brittenham. My address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229 here in Memphis. I'm representing the applicant along with Mr. Brian Bacchus. The applicant is sitting right behind me, Mr. Prentice Mitchell. Well, first of all, thank you for the comments. And what I would say is this property was purchased by the current owner in 1998, and it's owned by the Farrell Company, Farrell Brothers. It was purchased as an investment property, and now he's held it since 1998, and he wants to realize the appreciated value. The current zoning, as you heard, it's got 3 different residential zonings on it and 1 conservation agriculture. And by the way, on the residential, you can go out there and build more houses right now on this particular property. It doesn't necessarily have to stay vacant with the current zoning. Secondly, Mr. Mitchell is a real estate investor, and what he plans to do is rezone this property, hold it for a year or 2 or 3 years or 5 years until a use comes along or uses come along that would be compatible with this particular area. So by that time, the market will show what is compatible, and that would be the use. This is a strict rezoning, and I want to make sure the council understands, as a strict rezoning, various uses can go on this particular property. Now, at this point, Mr. Brian Bacchus will go through the slide deck, and I've got a paper copy of the slide deck. May I pass it out, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the council. Good afternoon to you. I'm Brian Bacchus. I'm with the Bacchus Urban Design Group. I've been consulted to help Mr. Mitchell with this project. I'll go through the presentation, and if someone would flip the slide for me. You got it. Thank you. As you can see, this aerial photo shows the subject property. This is a 23-acre site, currently vacant land available for development. To the north, you see the star. Northwest of the property, you have the Lenox Park development. This is over a 30-acre project that is developed for office, primarily low-rise offices. It also permits uses in the OG district. To your south, you have German View and Kirby Meadows subdivision. These are subdivision residential lots within that R8 district, which are larger, 8,000 to 10,000 square feet in area. Moderate-sized homes that have been there since 1980. 1980, we're talking 40 years. And I'm not aware of any concerns that's been happening in this area regarding drainage. The property to the southeast, which is the other high yellow star, it is Cross Creek Center. That's approximately a 30-acre development. It has been there since 1996. The Home Depot is a major anchor, and you have other retail uses along that property. Next slide, please. And as I stated, this is a vacant land, 22 acres, almost 23 acres of vacant land available for development. It's a large parcel which stands in isolation to the adjacent neighborhood. Regarding access, this property does have a public access. The only thing, it has not been improved at this point. It has public access. The access has not been improved. I have to state that again. As stated by Mr. Britnum, this parcel is investment property available for development with compatible land uses. Next slide, please. This is the land use map of the area. As you can see, you have Germantown View and Kirby Meadows subdivision to the south, but I want you to highlight all the red in this area that is along Riverdale and Winchester roads. This area is developed with commercial properties, and it's in several different zoning districts. You have the office development to the northwest, Lenox Park, and another office development that is along Mount Moriah. So the land use in this area in the proposal, we believe, is consistent with the adjacent land uses that that already exist out here. If this property has been laying dormant for about 40 years or more. So Mr. Mitchell is in a position to try and invest in this property to get a user to go in here that is compatible to this property, and also to utilize the entire piece of property for development. Next slide, please. And so surrounding land uses, as I stated, they are commercial, residential, and office. The existing land use conditions in the surrounding area have been established already for office and west of the property, commercial, and to the east, land uses directly abutting residential uses. So there's not any difference between what's out there today than what this applicant is proposing. Directly adjacent to residential uses. You got office, and you have the office and commercial uses are developed within the floodplain. The Cross Creek Center and Lenox Park, they were developed in the floodplain. There are provisions in this Unified Development Code that allow for those kind of issues to be addressed. There's a whole litany of things that the applicant has to meet regarding drainage design and floodwater runoff and stormwater runoff. These things have been addressed out there in this area ever since this area has been developed. As stated earlier by Mr. Carlisle, Councilman Carlisle, this was a designated technology corridor. When Federal Express developed, everybody was wanting to go in this area to create corporate office complexes, and it's still in that situation, in that condition today. They're still trying to get corporate offices to locate in the southeast area. Next slide, please. And this is the view from Lenox Park Office Center and also Cross Creek Retail Center. These are existing developments that have been developed over time. Next slide, please. Now, this is what, Dr. Warren, this is what you were requesting regarding compatible land uses. As you can see, this site is large enough for a nursing home, assisted living, home for the elderly, independent living, educational uses such as academy, school, trade, vocational services, business schools. It's large enough for CMC towers with associated solar energy systems, indoor recreations for athletic and tennis center, home health club, offices, of course, radio recording studios, retail sales, farmers market, greenhouse nursery, commercial electric vehicle charging station, EV charging units as accessory, and an accessory solar energy system, self-service storage facility, mini stores, indoor, multi-store storage facility. As you notice from the land use map, there's a humongous amount of multifamily development in this area. It's the predominant land use in this area. People in those areas, in those apartment houses, they need storage facilities. And, you know, instead of clogging their yards and their garages with storage, they want to be able to have a mini stores that's within a quarter mile or a half mile away to store their goods. Employment uses, ideal for repair of in scientific instruments type of corporate office. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the parcel is wedged between a large multi-story office complex to the northwest and a large retail commercial center to the southeast. A residential subdivision to the south and west has coexisted with this development for decades. The predominance of planned commercial and office uses in close proximity supports the existing residential development. The surrounding land uses will coincide with this zoning reclassification to CMU 3 because the parcel will support a development compatible with adjacent land uses. A compatible land use shall require administrative site plan review and approval by staff to guarantee development standards are met in accordance with the UDC. Madam Chairman, and members of the council, this development will, if it's approved, has to go through at least 3 more reviews. If this applicant is granted a zoning and he invests in this property to get a user for this particular site, there's at least three other reviews he has to go through in order to get approval for any type of use at this location. So that's talking about the administrative site plan review. That's outside of the building and construction review. So with that, I'll happily answer any questions, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Asking for is just a zoning change. Okay, and I think what I'm hearing from Councilwoman Green is that we're concerned about the environmental damage that could occur based on making this just a parking lot. And I guess what I want to know is, are there things in the UDC that will make someone who's developing this actually mitigate it? Or do we need to have you guys apply for a special use permit change for this property so we can mandate things that would go into the property that would make sure the neighborhood didn't flood? I guess that's a question for Mr. Ragsdale.
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. I think, as the applicant mentioned, there are reviews for city engineering and those type of things. I think the special use permit, I think it would be more of a planned development, is maybe what you're suggesting, that you could dictate and determine what is going on. So there are those reviews, but I think, we still, right now, it's zoned residential, and we believe that.
So if we zone this commercial, what guarantee does the surrounding neighborhood have that there would be adequate intervention? Because I'm just thinking about Midtown where I live. Everything was zoned out. It was fine. It was all built, but we kept having flooding that was going on because what had happened with the zoo's parking lot and what had happened with, building things at Snowden and stuff. Every time it rained, Lick Creek would overflow. And then we were able to get Mr. Loeb when he built that huge parking garage at Overton and a couple things at Snowden where they dropped the football field to become a retention pool. Now that area doesn't flood, even these big flash floods. What do we do to make sure that something special that might need to be done in this floodplain in this area, and now that we're having these huge flash floods and big events like we're having, to make sure these houses don't flood? I mean, what would be the best way to do that? Is that in our UDC, or do we need something special?
Well, there would be, it's not necessarily in the UDC, but it would require city engineering review at the time. But I think that the uncertainty of what all of the different type of uses that could be with a straight rezoning, and you can't condition a straight rezoning. And so I think, that is still would be our recommendation.
Your recommendation would be have them bring it back as a special use where we could add stipulations?
I think having more certainty about what the intended use is and the proposed use of the site.
Well, I guess that's the thing that we're looking at, that I'm looking at too. In the back of my head is that once we just change the zoning, it's out of our hands what's built there. So we can't say what's going on and we can't put any restrictions on it when we do the zoning. Mr. Britton, do you have any thoughts on how we can fix that conundrum?
Yes, sir, Councilman. Mr. Brian Bacchus, who was at the planning office for 35 years, would like to address the question about whether there's anything in the UDC that would address any flood mitigation and water mitigation issues.
Thank you, Mr. Britton.
Good to see you, Mr. Bacchus.
Thank you. Good to see you, Dr. Warren. The UDC addresses a lot of issues: uses, access, circulation, landscaping.
What about the access issue that people were mentioning? How does it fix that?
If I could go back to the slide that shows the subject parcel, the vacant parcel that shows the bulb, the temporary turnaround bulb. Not that one, the other one. No, it would be the one that shows the temporary turnaround bulb. So, but anyway, to regarding the access, it has access, but it's not improved. Mount Moriah, it has access to Mount Moriah. The bulb or the temporary turnaround is shown on the tax partial maps.
Is it up here? Because I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's in the presentation. Yeah, it shows there to the right on the land use map, and as well on the left. You see the bulb on the left and the bulb on the right, the temporary turnaround that has been provided by Lennox Park Development, Lennox Park's owners.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how to read the map well enough to see where it is. Can you point it out on that one over there? So that's going to be for 18-wheelers?
I'm not sure if it's large.
But once we like make it, we rezone it, they can put something in there and run an 18-wheeler down in there, right?
Well, I believe that temporary turnaround is approximately 60 feet in diameter. 60 foot radius, I believe. The engineering departments, I don't see anybody from the engineering department, but we can check that to see. But they have access, so that's your overlying question.
Well, I guess my thing is, they have access, but as a zoning change, anything can go in there.
Not
right?
anything.
But this is the highest use zoning that we have, right? CPU three or
no, sir. Light industrial, heavy industrial.
Light industrial.
Warehouse,
this is not heavy industrial.
No, sir. Warehouse distribution. Those are very heavy zonings. You have three other heavy zonings besides.
So this would not be warehouse.
Yeah, no, sir. It could not. It would not permit warehousing.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Green?
And also to, I'm sorry. Also to, he asked about drainage, Dr. Warren. The UDC is a very living and breathing document. You have section 5.5.5 that addresses everything regarding drainage design review. As just as landscaping, signs, density, development standard. There's a litany of categories in the UDC that addresses a lot of issues regarding those type of development. You got development standards. I mean, you have to comply. We haven't looked at the zoning code in that regard because he doesn't have a specific use. We could do that. However, there's no specific use at this time. If that were the case, we could have brought up zoning analysis in here to you to tell you exactly what he's required to do. But those things, once he gets a potential user, all those things will have to be submitted to the building department to get when he applies for a building permit. He'll have to address access, circulation, parking, landscaping, screening, drainage, and drainage design, and all these things are handled through administrative site plan review. And the most pertinent part of this is stormwater runoff and drainage. This area is known for massive stormwater drainage and runoff, but it's handled through the most intricate systems of drainage in this area. You got drainage structures throughout this area that handles the flow of water. That's their job. That's what they do. They design stormwater structures to handle the water. Mr. Director Manny Bellin and his staff.
Yeah, I
do an
guess my
excellent job.
situation is what we've got these things now. We're seeing more and more water coming up, and we're seeing these bigger and bigger rainstorms. So is our code good enough for what's going to be there for those houses? And how do we make sure we protect them in the situation that it could be that we're dealing with things that we're having 500-year storms every other year now? That sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a dilemma. But however, that's where you come into stormwater detention, and that's another avenue to handle drainage.
Okay. Councilwoman Green? And then we'll have Councilwoman Janika White, and we're going to call for a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Can we go to this aerial photo from the applicants? I concur with you, Dr. Warren. I find it very concerning that we don't know what's going in there. And just for reference, you know, I know they said there was a need for storage. People want their storage. I pulled up my phone to see how many storage facilities were located within 2 miles of this map, and I have 8. So I don't think we need another storage facility. I'm going to point one thing out, and then I'll sit back down, so I'll be on the record. I'm going to be talking about right here, okay? So I grew up in Hickory Hill. This is not far from where I lived all of my life. That right there is a creek. So when it drains, and understand that interstate will drain into that parcel, it will overflow that creek, and it backs up to those houses. We have no mitigation and ways for that water to go in if we put another storage facility surrounded by a bunch of asphalt for it to go to, okay? If you were building a farmer's market or a nursing home or something like that, the community might be in support. I don't know. I don't have any community support for this. And what I hear and see in the news every day is a lot of cries about redlining and environmental racism. I lived there in the 80s and the 90s, right? And then we had a whole bunch of white flight. And it is a predominantly African-American neighborhood now that is completely forgotten. Councilman Carlisle is right. There are a lot of buildings that are being foreclosed, that are being blighted, and nobody's speaking out about it. And I'm telling you that the experts in this field, our staff and our land use control board, said this is a flood plain. We know that we are going to continue experiencing bad storms, and it is going to go into those houses, into my constituents' houses who feel left out and forgotten in a lot of these conversations when it comes to we're not paying attention to the environment because of who lives in that area. So I'm asking council not to support this. I haven't heard a plan for what this property is going to be. I haven't heard a plan for if they are going to make it something, how they are going to mitigate, or how they even promise that they will mitigate the flooding issues. And I have heard from constituents that they do not want more of this type of development in this area. You know, you're showing on this parcel how much stuff is developed. Well, that's not necessarily what they want anymore. Nobody's asking Hickory Hill what they want. When I go into Hickory Hill and they ask what I want, they want more things for their kids to do. They want more parks. You know, nobody's trying to put a playground there and give the kids something to do. I think at this time, at this juncture, we need to leave this property be. They can't even get developers to take care of the properties that are surrounding it. We put at risk the very homes and livelihoods of the people who back up next to it. So I'm hoping you will listen to the experts, to my constituents, and to me, and not vote for this. Thank you.
All right. You already made it, didn't you? Did you have something? Okay. Any closing thoughts?
I had a question. Were you acknowledging me? I didn't know you were acknowledging
Go
me.
ahead.
Yeah, my question was, so in terms of engineering and the floodplain concerns, is that something that when there's, and I can't remember who said it, that there is additional permitting that occurs at some point?
Councilwoman White, yes, that's correct. If this is approved, then yes, and he get a user, then yes, those kind of, there's additional requirements in administrative site plan review to be done by staff. And that includes drainage design by the experts. That includes drainage design, all the above, landscaping, signs, screening, stormwater detention. And if this site is developed, then all those things that Councilwoman Green talked about regarding flooding in the backyards, those things will be addressed. The city engineering department will review it based on drainage flow, drainage data that will be submitted to the engineering department. That's why we have the engineering department, so they can address these kind of issues. And if that happens, they will mitigate the drainage flow in this area or off of this parcel, and they make sure it doesn't flow onto downstream properties, which as residential is a downstream property.
Okay, that answered my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor for sending this down with no recommendation, say aye.
Hold up, we need to take a roll call vote. I need to know who said what.
Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Dr. Easter Thomas?
No recommendation. In 2 weeks.
We need to get the vote first.
Thank you. Well, we're going to ask, we'd like to ask for same-day minutes, please, because Council Lady Green is the one that asked for to hold this matter. So it would have been on final today, voting on the minutes today, and so it would have been final. So at the request of CM Green, we agreed to hold it.
Want to hold it?
So for 2 weeks, from last 2 weeks. So we'd like to have, should it be approved this afternoon, we'd like to have same-day minutes, please.
All right.
Councilwoman Green? Councilman Walker?
Yes, with no recommendation.
Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Yes, with no recommendation.
Councilwoman Logan? Councilwoman White? Dr. Warren? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Pass with no recommendation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
sent downstairs with same night minutes as well.
All right. We're going to go back to item number 1. Item number 1 is a resolution approving an honorary street name at Island Drive from A.W. Willis to Harbortown Circle North for George Edward Falls Jr., District 7, Super District 9. Isn't that right? Oh, I'm sorry. They gave me a wrong sheet. Let's go back. Item number 1 is a joint ordinance of the City of Memphis and Shelby County establishing the Memphis Shelby County Building Home Program pursuant to the Tennessee Homestead ACT Act, Chapter 281, Public Acts of 1985, all council districts, sponsored by Easter Thomas, Canale, Logan, Green, Swearingen, Washington, Spinoza, and Ford Sr., Smiley, Cooper, Sutton, Carlisle, and Warren, everybody. Request to add on to consent agenda to the first night reading. And Walker. All right. Can we get a motion and a second for this item?
Motion.
All right. It's been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren. Is there any discussion or clarification for this item?
Yeah.
Would you like to say something first, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas?
Yes, committee chair and vice chair. Thank you all for not only hearing this discussion item, but also being co-sponsors, and thank you, Councilwoman Walker, for being included. This is, as Director Zena go through, this is a joint ordinance that I have the pleasure of presenting along with our colleagues on the commission side to be able to set the foundation and the framework to think about, to really rethink about how we can expand our thoughts and efforts around not only just revitalization of our communities, but also anti-blight efforts, and also ways to increase wealth in small and upstarting entrepreneurs and developers. And so I do want to, as he goes through, and I'll probably say all this on the third reading, but thanking Director Zena for the work that he's put in last year, along with the commissioners he's been working with on the county side, and allowing me to bring this over here. I hope that as we go through and listen, that our thoughts and our questions, we get them out, so we're able to clearly understand how impactful and helpful this will be, and then how we can see how this can really help everybody's district and things around the whole city, but also the whole county, and will probably give us a better way to work alongside our counterparts across the street, since this is going to be a county-wide effort. So already just thank you, Director Zena, for the work that you've done to put all this together. I'm glad we finally get to present it. And then we'll be able to talk more about it. But I didn't hear if you said, Chair, this is a request to add on consent agenda for first reading.
Yes, I did.
Okay. But we definitely want to make sure that this is on a timeline with the county side so it can go into effect in July. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Director Zena, we're in your hands. Give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, John Zena, Planning and Development. As you all may know, Planning and Development does include a housing department through the county government. Our housing department is essentially the much smaller equivalent of HCD. And so that said, I also want to give a shout out to Director Cash and HCD. They have been working with our housing department and Planning and Development over the last year on not only the implementation of the housing policy plan that the city and county did jointly, but also a housing task force that we've been working on with various partners and stakeholders across the community to address initiatives around a few key areas of helping to improve the housing supply pipeline in our community. One of those areas is around land acquisition. As we know, there are a number of vacant lots, blighted lots, empty lots throughout our community, primarily in the city, that are held by either the county, primarily the county through the land bank, or the city. One of the recommendations related to land acquisition is this program to take advantage of a state law that was put in place back in the 1980s called the Tennessee Homestead Act that essentially allowed public entities to make surplus public property available for redevelopment of housing, either single family or multifamily, depending on what's allowed in the area, by working directly with builders. And the way that the program works is essentially that a builder would make a qualifying application and a deposit to be able to build a house or an apartment complex on a surplus public property. And then working in tandem with the Division of Planning and Development in our housing department, we would ensure over the course of 18 to 24 months that that proposal, that either that new home or that apartment building is built. In return, after that project is completed successfully, the applicant would receive not only their deposit back, but they would get the land for free. But what do we get in return? We get redevelopment of a parcel on a block that has vacant lots, so stability for the neighborhood, but we also get the assurance of an improved property back on the tax rolls, just for the cost, essentially, of the land itself. So this ordinance allows, again, jointly, allows not only the property held through the county land bank, but also any surplus property held by the city as well. Those properties would still be held by those entities, but they would be marketed through this program for disposal through this program in a way that would be much more responsive to, again, ensuring that we get those properties back on the tax rolls. This was a program that the county operated from the 1980s all the way to the 2000s. It was very successful. When the land bank was created, the program went to the land bank and it was effectively shuttered. So we're looking to bring it back and bring it back through the Joint Division of Planning and Development so that we can make sure that we have maximum impact for both city and county government.
Okay.
With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Ford?
How long you been here?
13 years.
13 years, but you won't know. This is what we're doing today. Glad you kind of brought it back up because they just kind of let it kind of die out. But when I was on the council before, we did the same thing, okay? So if you go back into your records, about 25 years ago, you see that was on there. Same thing. So I'm glad y'all brought it back up. It should never have stopped. But when you change administrations, things do stop. But I want you to go back, see what we did during that time, okay? That was something that I brought up a long time ago, 20-some years ago. You see my name on there. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Well, that's wonderful.
Hey, and the reason why we did it, hey, you know, we were trying to put people in homes, change the neighborhood around, and put it back on tax roll. Okay? And it worked. You know, we tried to do that with public housing. Some of our people didn't. They just wanted us to fix up a little bit and then just don't worry about it no more. That's why we tore down all the public housing and kind of made it mixed. That's why what you see in public housing is make people feel like they have somewhere to live in a nice neighborhood and all the rest. It's just not public housing, you know. But yeah, doing all of that, that's been Hope 6, all the rest of them. We end up doing that 27 years ago. So read back up on that one, okay? And I was with y'all yesterday when you were across the street trying to do that. You know, hopefully they can understand what's going on when you go back over there. I'm talking about you.
Well, thank you, Councilman Ford. That gives us
have a vote over there.
That makes us a great transition for making this a vote. All in favor for adding this item to the consent agenda for the first reading, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. We're going to move to item number 3, SUP 2439, Location 2730 South Mendenhall Road, southeast corner of Mendenhall and Fox Plaza. There's a request for a special use permit to allow a convenience store with gas pumps. District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, properly seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who from the administration will be presenting on this case. Any update information? We don't necessarily have to have the full presentation.
Sure. Nicholas Wardrop with Planning and Development. As you know, this is a request to build a convenience store with gas sales at 2730 South Mendenhall. This is the third time this is at P&Z, so I'll just give a brief update on where we're at. So 2 weeks ago, we expressed some design concerns. We're happy to say the applicant has addressed those and improved the design, pursuant to that feedback. So here you see the site plan that was presented at P&Z 2 weeks ago, and here is today's site plan. You see the building has been brought up to the corner and faces Mendenhall rather than Fox Plaza, which is a substantial improvement. That being said, while we recognize the design has been substantially improved, we continue to recommend rejection for two major reasons. First is the proximity to residential uses, particularly the fact that it is right next door to a large apartment complex. We generally find that gas stations are incompatible with those sort of dense residential uses in the vicinity. And additionally, this is an opportunity with the residential density right next door that could support a more neighborhood-oriented use. And the second major reason is just the number of gas stations in the vicinity. There's at least 4 in a roughly half-mile radius. Here are those addresses. I think these are driving distances, so as the crow fly distances, of course, are smaller. So the pink star here is the subject property, and
So there are already 4 gas stations in that area?
That's correct. So the pink star that you see is the subject property. These blue stars are existing gas stations. And here you can see the distances to them. Again, roughly half a mile max. So we are recommending rejection. However, if approved, we're recommending the following conditions, which I'd be happy to go into. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Is this District 3 or 4?
District 4.
District 4. Okay. All right.
I don't know how I got into District 3. Because that was a typo earlier, so. Okay.
Councilwoman Green?
I would love to hear your thoughts as District 4. I know you like more, but I don't know if you like more gas stations. Again, this is near where I grew up. It's not, far off the path from, the center of Hickory Hill. And I know that apartment complex, very well. And I would hate to see a gas station go in right next to all that residential community and all of those people right there. So that's just my 2 cents, but I know it's your district.
Mm-hmm. We'll go for a vote. I'm not gas station. I would like to see another business. If there's any way possible.
How do we get to you? I thought this was.
All right, so those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. This item has been rejected. We're going to move to item number 4, which is a west side of Malone Road, 1965 feet south of East Holmes Road, requesting rezoning of 15.255 acres from CA to EMP, District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Walker, seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren, who from the Division of Planning and Development will be presenting this case. Your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Nabanita Nira with DPD. presenting the case Z25-03. The subject property is located at 5433 Malone Road, which is west side of Malone Road, 1965 feet south of East Holmes Road. The application is requesting to rezone 15.255 acres from Conservation Agriculture District to Employment District. These are the location map and vicinity map. These are the zoning map and land use map. The surrounding land uses are primarily warehouse or distribution related. Additionally, there is a landfill to the east of the subject property. These are the existing site condition. This is the plot plan. There is an existing single family home. The proposed rezoning is consistent with Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the proposed employment district rezoning of the subject property is compatible with the existing zoning and zoning entitlement of the adjacent land. The surrounding land uses are preliminary warehouse or distribute related, including landfill. The surrounding vicinity mostly developed as industrial because of the proximity of Lamar Avenue. DPD and Land Use Control Board recommended the approval. This is the end of staff presentation. Happy to answer any question.
Any council members in the queue? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant.
I don't have a whole lot to add. I'm sorry, David Bray with the Bray Firm 29.
Talking to Mike, please.
David Bray with the Bray Firm 2950 Stage Plaza North. I believe everything was covered in the staff report, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Just point out again that most of this area has already gone to the EMP zoning and is compatible with the surrounding.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Walker, what are your thoughts?
I support this and.
Talking to Mike, please. So our online.
I support this, and like Mr. Bray says, it is consistent with most of the area now.
Okay, great, sounds good. All those in favor? Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. We will be sending this down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 5. It is SAC 24-10 near 610 TM Henderson Avenue, abandonment of an unimproved facility, public alley, approximately 120 feet in length, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Spinoza, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Would any council members like to be recognized for this? Okay, we'll go ahead and move to our presentation. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Wardrop, Planning and Development, 125 North Main. This is a request to abandon a paper alley near 610 TM Henderson Avenue. That's near the intersection of TM Henderson and Thomas. So this alley is an unimproved alley, 10 feet wide and about 120 feet in length. It, of course, is unimproved. It abuts a single-family residence, a vacant property, and a daycare facility. So you can see here the pink arrow points to where the alley is. It's also indicated by the curb cut. The curb cut, which staff's recommended conditions would require to be closed. Because this alley is unimproved, its closure would not have any negative impact on the accessibility of neighboring properties, and both staff and Land Use Control Board are therefore recommending approval with conditions. These are fairly boilerplate conditions, but I'd be happy to go into them. And Mr. Smith is here to represent the applicant.
Okay.
And with that, I'm available for questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan, you're in the queue.
Thank you for the presentation. Glad to have you here. Go back to the pic right here. So the poles that are there, the alley seems to run into the pole in the middle, does it?
Yes, so they are in the alley, and the conditions require them to provide a utility easement for those light poles.
Okay, so the request is for the city to give the alleyway to the house right here?
So
Homeowners?
it would get split between both abutting property owners.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But we would have access to them.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, he's shaking his head.
You said we as in?
The city of Memphis.
You turn it on.
Right there. Okay. I think it would be considered private property at that point. Oh, I'm sorry. Delano Smith, 3831 Lakehurst Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 31128.
Are we giving them the property?
If approved, yes, but there would need to be a utility easement to ensure
he-
access.
Okay, he doesn't seem like he's understanding that.
Well, the utility easement, I'm understanding, yes.
So it wouldn't, okay.
Yeah, okay, I understand that.
Okay. All right. We'll take it to a vote. Those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Congratulations. All right, we're ready to move to item number 6, right?
Well, I sure hope.
Okay. Near existing MLGW North Service Center, 1130 and 1060 Tupelo Street. The request is to close and vacate portions of Shasta Avenue, Tupelo Street, Huck Avenue, and North Bingham Street, east of North Hollywood. Districts 5 and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., seconded by Councilman Philip Spinoza Jr. All right.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Wardrop Planning and Development. This is a request by MLGW, and Ms. Bailey is here on behalf of MLGW to close 3 separate public rights-of-way to facilitate their future North Service Center expansion. So one thing to be aware of is that due to the site is partially zoned residential, so we're not reviewing the service center expansion itself. That will require a future zoning review. This is just about the street closures that they're requesting. MLGW has already acquired all the abutting property. They started acquiring it in 2017, and they've demolished the former residential structures in the vicinity. So here you can see the 3 rights-of-way in pink, blue, and green. Here's number 1. So they're proposing to just completely remove this sort of northernmost block from the grid. And here are numbers 2 and 3. So essentially they'd be closing both streets all the way to Tupelo. So again, in terms of staff analysis, this is not the expansion itself. That will require a separate review. We're just looking at the street closures. Because MLGW has already acquired all the abutting property and demolished the former homes that were there, there's no accessibility concern created by closing these streets. And so we're therefore recommending approval with conditions, as is the Land Use Control Board. Again, these are boilerplate, but I'd be happy to go into them at your request. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
All right, Dr. Warren, you're in the queue.
You go to the previous slide. So is the facility going to be this whole area in between, and all of those homes are being demolished? One's on Monona, Staten, Vanderlyn, Dexter, all those homes there?
I'll let Ms. Bailey with MLGW answer that
Please
question.
give your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Angel Bailey, 220 South Main, Memphis, Tennessee. And your question again?
Our question is, you got these streets here you're closing. So it looks like there's an area built in here. I don't see what the street up there has to do with it unless you're tearing all those homes down that are in there.
No, the area, would you say the fuchsia area, MLGW currently owns north and south of that, and there will be an expansion in that
So you
area.
have all the way from the fuchsia down to the green.
Yes, sir.
Everything over to Hollywood?
Over to Tupelo.
Okay, but here's Tupelo, you own all this over here?
I
I'm
think-
just not seeing how this connects with that up there. Maybe
And
you
Dr.
could-
Warren, I don't believe MLGW owns these properties. Is that correct, Ms. Bailey?
No,
Okay.
those homes are still there.
And how is closing something so far away from the other thing helping you? I don't understand.
That is an additional entrance there, and we own those properties on either side. Where the cursor is, we own both of those properties. That's why that would be closed, and that would be an expansion of the current facility.
Okay, so you're building only up in the top, so why are you closing down here?
We are building, the expansion is up there as well as down low.
You have two separate buildings? That could be the answer to my question.
Two separate buildings being expanded currently. I don't have the plans on the buildings with me,
I guess
so.
that's what I was trying to figure out. I couldn't understand how this.
All
Yeah.
right, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I motion to hold for 2 weeks.
All right. All in favor for a hold of 2 weeks? Say aye. Any opposed? All right, this item will be held for 2 weeks for the next council meeting, and that date is May 20th. That's right, May 20th. All right, anything else before this committee? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Ford Senior. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Smiley. What? Councilman Smiley. Councilman Espinosa.
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman White. Present. And Chairman Canali.
Here. Chair observes quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on our agenda today. Agenda shows 4, but item number 2, ordinance 5941, will be held until June 24th, 2025. That brings us up to the first item, the fiscal consent agenda, all council districts. Chief Adams, you want to speak on this? Or anyone else from the administration?
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. We have several items here just receiving grant donations. One to Memphis Parks, and it's in the value of, it's equipment in the value of $6,000. It's a one-time donation. It's donation of gaming equipment from 9 area churches to create a game room in the Riverview Community Center. All right. So next we have a resolution requesting the acceptance of grant funds in the amount of $1,300,000 from the State of Tennessee Department of Commerce. And this is going to police services, and it's a grant for police hiring and retention bonuses. And then, of course, we have the last one. It's a grant, a request to accept grant funds in the amount of $35,000. And this is from Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security. And this is for our efforts, personnel efforts, to educate with regard to pedestrian safety and education. And all these are for this, starting this fiscal year.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, do you have any discussion on this item? Councilman Ford Senior.
Grant fund, 1.3.
Yes, sir.
Can we use it for anything else?
No, sir. It's specifically for the stated purpose.
Is it this fiscal year? Or
It initiated in last fiscal year. So, and then of course it's stretching to subsequent fiscal years. So, but it is a grant specifically for this particular purpose.
Well, we received it.
We have received some funding, yes, sir.
Have they spent any of it?
I'll check to see. Okay.
Can it save us 1.3 on next fiscal year is the question.
We can talk to police and see if we can utilize that.
Any other discussion, colleagues? Okay. Moving on, item 3 is an ordinance to create a framework for environmental reform in the city of Memphis, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman, well, first, can I get a motion in a second? Second. Moved by Ford Senior, seconded by JSW. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This ordinance is created to do a framework for environmental reform here in the city of Memphis. We know that the AI and the data centers, this is growing all over the world, but we want to be ready. We want to be able to make sure that we have guardrails and safeguards around the things that are happening in our city. And this ordinance to create reform will do that and put that in place for us. We see what we're going through now, and we don't want to do that. We don't want that to happen to us anymore or to do that again. We want to be ready. We want to be ready to accept these data centers. When I'm working very closely with the National League of Cities, they have been helping. I've been talking with different other cities, and this is happening all over the world. However, they are facing the same most of the cities are facing the same because there are different type of data centers that are being introduced to different cities. And so this framework and these
This will help us environmental. This will protect the people and also the companies that are coming. So I just ask the support of my colleagues. If there are any questions, I please advise you to read the ordinance if you haven't. But this is going to do what we talked about a couple months ago, putting some safeguards and some guardrails into protecting the city, the people, and we want the businesses to come. But we want to do it in a good way and do good business with good people. It's happening, it's here, and there's nothing we can do about it. So let's make it work for everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker, you recognized.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. For me, the way I see it is the future is here.
Yep.
This is much bigger and much more and going deeper into our future than simply XAI. The future is here. We are going to continue to be faced with things that could possibly be harmful to us and the environment. My number one response to this particular question as it relates to XAI, why didn't the council do anything? Why hasn't the council done anything? My number one response has been, we need regulation. We don't have anything regulating these types of facilities overall. And it starts with this, and this is why I'm supporting this. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, and I'd wonder if I could get our attorney to comment on this ordinance at all as we bring it forward. You looked at this, and if so, anything we need to change on it as we move forward? Sorry to blindside you there.
No, you're not. I've had the same discussion with the sponsor, and I indicated to her that once this body decides to go forward, then we'll start looking at it carefully. We haven't looked at it before now.
Thank you very much.
We usually don't until after.
Okay, so once we move.
Once it hits the table, then we start looking.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, I'd like to be a co-sponsor.
Noted. Anybody else? So at the request of the sponsor colleagues. Yes, sir.
Board, I think.
You want to speak?
No, he wants to be a co-sponsor.
Okay. At the request of the sponsor, we are going to move this forward without recommendation. So colleagues, this will be up for first reading in 2 weeks on the May 20th meeting agenda. All those in favor of sending this forward with no recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Any opposed? All right, that item will move forward and will be on the agenda for first reading in 2 weeks. Item number 4 is an ordinance providing for the creation of the Division of Community Enhancement, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Second. Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Vice Chair JSW. Chief Adams, would you like to speak on this? Or Melanie? Who's? All right.
So, upon taking office, one of the things that Mayor Young wanted to do is to address neighborhood stabilization and then, of course, create a comprehensive plan to address blight. So with that being said, what we did is he took an opportunity to, during this fiscal year, to look at operations and understand how we could best bring operations under one umbrella and make this more of a collaborative and comprehensive effort. With that being said, what he wants to do is, during this budget, take what was neighborhood improvement that's in public works, create one particular division, bring all blighted related functions under one umbrella so that we can actually have one place to call home with respect to our blight initiatives and our blight activities, but then also actually come with a more comprehensive plan to move from blight mitigation to blight maintenance. We understand that there will be some crossover with solid waste, as solid waste is involved in refuse and trash collection. But at the same time, we bring all economies of scale, we bring them in one division, and this will be created as community enhancement.
Thank you, Chief. Would you like to add anything to that? Okay. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Logan? Followed by, okay, Dr. Easter Thomas?
I just wanted to say it's been a long time coming. And I'm so excited to have this division because of the place that we are as a city in terms of blight mitigation, even aligning all of the dollars and looking at streamlining the spending in blight mitigation, being able to measure what we're doing in one place and with someone who understands what we're facing and what we're dealing with in the communities and has compassion for it, but yet still, realize we have to be fiscal sound as we do it. So I'm looking forward to it. I appreciate your sensitivity in this area and spirit of excellence and really wanting to uplift our neighborhood. So I appreciate it, and it's a great move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Dr. Easter Thomas, followed by Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Just some clarification questions. Does it include 311?
It does not include 311. 311 will remain part of the executive, but what it does include is the Public Service Corps.
Okay. And is it the transfer of all of these entities to the Division of Community Enhancement, or it's the elimination and consolidation of them? Which one is it?
The service centers that are listed in the ordinance will be transferred from their existing divisions to the newly created division.
So they'll still exist. They won't combine into any. They'll still exist just under you.
Yes, definitely. The names will change a bit, but the functions, the funding, the positions, and all of the associated variables will be transferred to the new division.
Okay. And it is cost neutral, right? Or
yes,
yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. Well, that's it. Thank you, Chair. Sounds like a great idea.
Thank you. Ms. Neal, would you please, I'm sorry I didn't ask you from the beginning, name and address that we can put in the record.
Yes, sir. Melanie Neal, Senior Administrator for Public Works, Neighborhood Improvement, 1231 South Prescott.
Great, thank you. Councilman Walker, you're next, and Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was about 311, but to understand you correctly, because I thought you said everything dealing with blight.
Yes, ma'am, but 311 actually deals with more than blight. So it is a non-emergency call center. And so we will retain that function in the executive. Now, there may be blight-related calls, but we get calls for trash collection and other services that we provide. So that will remain in executive, and we will continue to actually dispatch calls and work orders as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carlisle, and then Councilman Logan, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman. And my colleagues, we've talked about this before. I'm not opposed to this division. I'm opposed to creating a division for creating a division, meaning you look at the executive division, and even I think the CO, I think you've got some, it's not a division, but you've got some drop downs, right, in your org. Yeah. So when you create a division, it's a very serious thing, right? Like you're standing up, you're required under the charter to have a director, 2 deputy directors. There's a significant amount of overhead that goes into that. The one thing I'll say, whether that is justified or not, I wouldn't weigh in on. What I don't understand is we're a few months later and I've got the same, I don't understand how it's going to work because there's no org chart. Like if you were pitching me a business, you would bring me your pitch book and would say, here's my org chart, here's my thesis, here's my salaries, here's my run rate. This is our mission statement. This is our vision statement. This is how we're going to execute it. Here's who's involved. Here are their job descriptions. Where is that information?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't. I understand that, but I hear you. This has been an ongoing. Yes. So what our attorney is saying is in other parts of it, I'm not talking about the budget. I see the entities. What I'm saying is when it's guys, Yeah, I don't, okay, okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. I got it that she has it. I don't, and that's what I'm saying. I can't weigh in on a division, creating a division of city government with no org chart, no cost, no information. This was brought before us 2 months ago. We are here with the same two pieces of paper, at least from where I am sitting. That is all I am saying. If that work has been done, fantastic. Would love to see it. Until then, can't say anything about it other than I'm right there with you. You've worked your butt off over the last few years to get some of this going. And I've always supported you in that stuff. I'm just a technocrat when it comes to the money and the organization. Like, tell me how it's actually going to work. That's all I was saying. And I just, when you have that, if you've got it, shoot it to me. That's all I'm saying. All right.
And that
Thank
makes
you.
sense.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I'm asking for.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, sir. I feel like it's going to be coming back in my way, but go ahead.
No. As you know, we've been working on comprehensive blight ordinance. It's going to require a lot of labor. And for example, there are multiple divisions that are doing the same thing. And so for example, I think I was told when I talked to these two people that we have over 100 inspectors that are now being rerouted into this, and they're going to be under one person. They're going to be doing one job instead of multiple divisions doing one job. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of waste doing it dysfunctionally than doing it functionally. Now, I was asked to meet with them, and that's what I did. So maybe we should have included you, but we did not.
No, I mean, I don't need to be included.
So I think it's going to evolve, and you're going to get more detail. And
you just dozing out there. No, but all jokes aside. No, all jokes aside. In all sincerity, though, I mean, my biggest thing is I just want to see it so I understand it because I have to be able to articulate it. That's all. And we talked about it. Yeah.
Yes, sir, and that's fair. That's one of the things that we prepared to discuss and provide you all during the budget process so that you understand, one, mechanically how we would lift what operations and how we would lift and combine and what the organization is proposed to look like. And so to that end, we will make sure that those items are prepared. What you have there is just the charter document asking for the approval. And as we move along and we track through the budget process, you will then understand how the grass cutting functions will be and the blight and litter functions will actually be combined in one area. And then most importantly, how the code enforcement functions will be combined in one area as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Attorney Wade. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan, you're back.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. It was my understanding that all of that was created when you know, and turned in by you to administration to even start this process. So, but I do agree that we should have a copy as well. But are you saying that you're not able to do that until you have approval to form the division?
No, we're not saying that. What we want to do is we didn't want to put the cart before the horse and provide you a document of something that doesn't exist. And so that's why we provided the chartering document, which is the request, the ordinance to request to create the division. And so now we'll move at the same time to provide the rest of the documents, but we don't want to be presumptuous as to do that before.
Yes, sir.
Companion to this, we need to structurally probably create a committee that deals with blight. Have a special blight committee that this division will report to, and then their way you can flush all this out. And have reporting.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to have a structure if you don't do anything, right?
Sure.
All hearts, minds. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So when we were talking yesterday in the budget about, and I was asking about the duplication of services and streamlining those, is that going to happen here?
We will address some of those that are duplicated or proposed to be done in different divisions. We will address that with this division as well, with this one.
So there may be some changes in budget?
There will be some structural changes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, anybody else? Okay, so this item will be on first reading in 2 weeks, the May 20th meeting. All those in favor of sending this forward with no recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm also an aye. That item passes. Thank you both. Thank you. Colleagues, that brings us to our add-on items, which would be 27 through 30. Item number 27 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $1,614,748.91 from Global Drive. Or is that Dr.?
Drive, yes.
Global Drive, West Hickory, East Crumpler. Project PW 01129 to various projects to fund material cost increases and a 20% local match for TDOT grant. Winchester Perkins, project number PW 01025, Holmes to Mill Branch to East. Project number PW 01056, Plow and Winchester. Project number PW 01109, and Malone and Holmes to Shelby. Project number PW 01147. This is in District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 28, a resolution authorizing the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget for the city's sanitary sewage system, treatment and collection fund. All council districts, there is a request for same-night minutes. Item number 29 is a resolution to amend the FY 25 council community grant allocations. All council districts, this is sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. There's a request for same-night minutes. And item 30 is a joint ordinance of the City of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, establishing the Memphis-Shelby County Building Home Program pursuant to Tennessee Homestead Act within Chapter 281 of the Public Acts of 1985. All council districts, sponsored by Easter Thomas, Canale, Logan, Green, Swearingen, Washington, Spadosa, Ford Senior, Smiley, Cooper Sutton, Carlisle, and Warren. If I didn't say your name and you'd like to be added, please say so. And add Walker and White. You want to be the lone man out, or would you like to be added? And White. There is a request to add this on to consent for first reading. Request for same night minutes.
Move it.
Same night minute items are 14, 15, 16, 17, 27, 28, 29, and 30. I'm sorry, 30 is on consent. Item 4 will be held until May 20, 2025, and item 26 will be held until June 24th, 2025. Anything else before executive, colleagues?
Yes, we do. Yes, Brooke. I'm sorry.
Councilor Carlisle, you're recognized.
Do we have some changes coming to the budget schedule?
Yes, the budget schedule, there'll be a revised budget schedule coming out today. Ms. Mauricio is going to send it. We're going to add the Q3 reporting that was requested today to next Monday and shift the remaining days back one, eliminating one of our wrap-up days and having wrap-up solely on May 21st, and we'll add one if necessary.
So there's no impact to this week.
Yeah.
We're gonna bump next week in order to bring on Monday to bring the CIP discussion back during the budget hearings. No impact to our meeting schedule. I want to go ahead and get it out there to the public that we were going to add we're adding something to it. And I think we're probably going to add neighborhoods is what is likely to happen. Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to, yeah. We're probably going to, I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
No, shift. So everything that was scheduled for Monday will be on Tuesday. Everything scheduled for Tuesday will be on Wednesday.
That's on
me. We'll still have Monday. Yes, the days will not change. We're just shifting the presentation.
In order to add this,
I got a lot of impasse committees to work through, so.
Setting goals, baby.
All right, colleagues, anything else before executive? Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, for clearing that up. All right, we're adjourned. Hey, and colleagues, we will start promptly at 4 o'clock. We're going to move at a breakneck speed downstairs tonight, so get ready.